The void split open above Forge World Helion Sigma, like a wound in the fabric of reality itself. The warp breach manifested without warning, its crimson edges bleeding impossible colors into the material universe. Tech priests monitoring the orbital augur arrays detected the anomaly 3.7 seconds before the thing emerged. Their mechanical minds augmented beyond human limitation, processed data streams that would have reduced unmodified consciousness to gibbering madness. What they witnessed defied every protocol in the sacred archives of Mars. Perfect cells stepped through the tear between dimensions with the precision of a surgeon's blade parting diseased flesh. He did not fall. He descended, each movement deliberate, as though the void itself acknowledged his superiority and yielded to his will. The energies of the warp that had torn him from his universe and cast him into this new reality still clung to his bioorganic form like luminescent wounds. But even these closed as he moved his body, adapting to the trauma of interdimensional travel with the efficiency that defined his existence. Below him, Helion Sigma turned in the darkness. 10,000 years of industrial devotion had transformed the world into a monument of metal and faith. Continent-sized factories belched promethium smoke into an atmosphere long since poisoned beyond natural redemption. Hive spires clawed at the sky like the fingers of buried titans. The surface crawled with human life, billions of souls bent to the eternal labor of producing weapons for an empire that consumed its children in wars without end. Cell observed this and felt nothing resembling pity. His enhanced vision cataloged every detail as he descended through the upper atmosphere. The molecular structure of the polluted air, the thermal signatures of the forge complexes, the electromagnetic patterns of their primitive technology. Most significantly, the organic signatures of humanity itself, packed into hive structures like cells in diseased tissue. He analyzed their existence with the detachment of a xenobiologist, examining bacteria under magnification. They were flawed, fundamentally, irrevocably flawed. The concept fascinated him. In his universe, he had been created to represent perfection, the ultimate synthesis of the greatest warriors his creator could find. Every cell in his body had been engineered for a single purpose, to embody the pinnacle of combat evolution. But these humans, these teeming masses of biological inefficiency, had built an empire that spanned the galaxy through methods that defied logical optimization. They achieved through faith and suffering what should have been accomplished through genetic superiority. It was Cell-reflected as he completed his descent, an evolutionary mistake of staggering proportions. His impact upon the surface of Manufactorum Sigma-17 registered as a seismic event across the continent. Ferrocrete shattered. Plasteel support beams bent like organic matter. The worker hab blocks nearest the impact site simply ceased to exist. Their occupants converted to component atoms by the force of his arrival. The shock wave propagated outward in concentric circles, shattering windows and collapsing weakened structures for kilometers in every direction. In the crater, he had created Cell rose to his full height and surveyed his surroundings. The architecture spoke of a civilization that had forgotten the principles of efficient design. Every surface was adorned with devotional iconography. Every wall bore inscriptions in a language that his perfect mind absorbed and decoded within seconds of exposure. Gothic. The language of the Imperium of man. The word spoke of duty, sacrifice, and faith in something called the God Emperor of mankind. Faith. The concept registered in his consciousness like a foreign contaminant. The first tech priest arrived 17 minutes after impact. Magos Vex had overseen the Manufactorum's production for 3 centuries. His organic components gradually replaced by sanctified machinery until little remained of his original human form. His mechadendrites probed the air around Cell with sensor arrays blessed by the priests of Mars. His augmented eyes cycled through spectrums of light that would have blinded unmodified optics. "Identify yourself, Construct." Vex transmitted his voice a synthesis of human larynx and voxcaster. The binaric cant that accompanied his Gothic speech carried additional layers of meaning protocols for communication with machine spirits and artificial intelligences. Cell regarded the creature before him. It was human in origin, but had systematically excised its humanity in favor of mechanical augmentation. The logic of such transformation eluded him. To achieve perfection, one refined the biological, not replaced it with crude mechanical substitutes. This civilization, it seemed, had chosen to address their genetic inadequacy through external modification rather than internal evolution. "I am Cell," he replied, his voice carrying across the crater without need for amplification. "I am perfection." The statement was not arrogance. It was classification. In the same way that gravity was gravity and hydrogen was hydrogen, Cell was perfection. The designation required no elaboration. Vex's cognitive processors attempted to parse this declaration through established xenobiological categories. Tyrannid bioform, possible genus-stealer hybrid, unknown warp entity. Every classification failed to encompass the being before him. Cell's energy signature existed outside parameters that should have been possible for organic life. His cellular structure, visible now through the most penetrating of Vex's sensor sweeps, displayed characteristics that should have been mutually exclusive. Self-replicating, adaptive, capable of indefinite growth and evolution without genetic degradation. Impossible. Vex transmitted more to himself than to Cell. No organism can maintain such complexity without entropic decay. The Omnissiah's laws forbid it. Cell tilted his head in a gesture he had observed in organic beings, a physical manifestation of curiosity. "The Omnissiah," he repeated, tasting the word. "Another name for your god. You worship a machine deity." The Omnissiah is the machine god, the aspect of the Emperor that speaks to the spirits dwelling in all technology. Vex responded, his doctrine-programmed responses activating automatically. "Through his wisdom, we commune with the machine spirits and maintain the sacred technology that sustains the Imperium." Spirits in machines? Cell processed this concept. "You believe consciousness exists in your technology. You pray to your tools. They are not mere tools." Vex's voice carried a resonance that might have been offense in a more human speaker. "They are manifestations of the Omnissiah's will, blessed by sacred oils and holy unguents, their spirits awakened through ritual and devotion." Cell reached out with one hand and placed it against the hull of a nearby Chimera transport. His bioorganic sensors penetrated the metal, analyzing its composition, structure, and function. He detected no consciousness, no spirit. Only matter arranged in patterns determined by human engineering, compromised by age and inadequate maintenance. "There is nothing alive in this machine," Cell stated. "Your rituals are unnecessary. Your faith is built upon misunderstanding your own technology." The words struck Vex with the force of blasphemy. In 3 centuries of service, no being had questioned the fundamental doctrine of the cult mechanicus. The machine spirits were real. They responded to prayer and ritual. They could become angered by improper maintenance and pleased by devotional chants. This was not faith. This was observable, repeatable phenomenon. "You speak heresy." Vex transmitted his weapon systems, beginning activation sequences. The machine spirits are sacred. To deny them is to deny the Omnicia himself. Cell withdrew his hand from the Chimera's hull. In that brief contact, he had learned everything about its construction. He had also learned something far more significant. Through the machine's connection to the Manufactorum's noosphere, he had glimpsed the datasphere of the Imperium itself. He had seen the shape of this civilization's beliefs. They worshipped a corpse, the God Emperor of mankind. The being to whom every prayer and devotion ultimately ascended sat entombed upon a throne on distant Terra. He had not walked among his people for 10,000 years. He was sustained by the sacrifice of thousands of psychically gifted humans, daily their souls consumed to maintain his fading existence. This was the foundation of the Imperium's faith. This was the being they called divine. "Your emperor is dying," Cell said, and the words carried absolute certainty. "He has been dying for 10 millennia. You worship decay sustained by sacrifice. You call this divine." Vex's weapon systems completed their activation. Las cannons integrated into his servo arms, locked onto Cell's biosignature. "You will be terminated and studied. Your heretical utterances will be expunged from all records. The Omnicia protects." Cell moved before the weapons could discharge. His speed defied human perception. One moment he stood 3 meters from Vex. The next, his hand was wrapped around the Magos' primary cogitator housing. He squeezed not enough to crush, merely enough to demonstrate capability. "If your God is omnipotent, why does he require faith to sustain him?" Cell's voice remained neutral, analytical. "If he is omniscient, why does he demand prayer? If he is perfect, why does he decay?" He released Vex and stepped back. Gods should not need belief to exist. The need for worship is the first proof of imperfection. The Magos collapsed his systems, shocked into temporary paralysis by proximity to Cell's bioelectric field. Around the crater, more tech priests were arriving, accompanied by Skitarii infantry and Cataphren battle servitors. Cell registered their arrival with the same detachment he had shown Vex. They carried weapons that could reduce ceramite to slag. They advanced in formations refined through millennia of warfare. They represented the military might of the cult Mechanicus. They were irrelevant. Cell raised one hand toward the advancing forces. Energy gathered around his palm, drawn from the fundamental forces that bound his cells together. This was not the warp. This was not psychic power. This was the pure expression of biological perfection, converting matter to energy through processes that transcended the crude nuclear reactions upon which this civilization still relied. "I am Cell," he announced to the army before him. "I am the end of faith. I am the proof that perfection requires no gods." The energy released in a controlled wave sended. It did not kill. That would have been crude. Instead, it passed through the assembled forces and left them standing, their bodies untouched, but their weapons reduced to their component elements. Skitarii stared at their hands, which had held radium carbines a moment before, and now held only refined metals and plastics, disassembled with such precision that the separation was visible at the molecular level. Cell turned away from them and began walking toward the heart of the Manufactorum. He had learned what he needed to know from Vex's mechanically augmented mind. This world was one of thousands. This Imperium spanned the galaxy. This faith in the God Emperor was the foundation of human civilization in this universe. It was inefficient. It was illogical. It was in every measurable way evolutionarily disadvantageous. He would correct it. Behind him, Tech Priest Vex recovered enough function to transmit a priority alert through the noosphere. The message propagated up through the hierarchy of the cult Mechanicus, reached the planetary fabricator general, and from there was forwarded to the broader Imperium. Within hours, it would reach the Inquisition. Within days, it would be classified as a Omega-level xenobiological threat. The transmission was brief, composed in the binary language of the Mechanicus, but its translation into Gothic was clear. Unprecedented life form detected. Denies the divinity of the Omnissiah and the God Emperor. Demonstrates capabilities beyond established xenobiological parameters. Threat assessment. Absolute. This entity does not seek to conquer. It seeks to prove that gods are unnecessary. In the depths of the warp, in that seething ocean of emotion and thought that existed parallel to reality, something that might have been the God Emperor's vast consciousness registered the arrival of Perfect Cell. For the first time in 10,000 years, the entity enthroned upon Terra felt something approaching uncertainty. This being had not emerged from the warp. It had fallen through it, as foreign to this universe as light was to the void. It carried no trace of chaos corruption. It possessed no connection to the warp whatsoever. It was in the truest sense null to the fundamental forces that shaped this reality. It was alone. It was perfect. And it had looked upon the gods of this universe and found them wanting. The first star of flesh had fallen upon Helion Sigma, and with it came a question that would threaten the foundations of imperial faith. What use is faith in gods when perfection can be achieved through flesh alone? The Tech Priest died 17 hours after Cell's arrival on Helion Sigma. His name had been Lex Mechanic Thrain, though the organic components that had once responded to that designation comprised less than 30% of his total mass. Cell found the corpse in the ruins of Data Vault Epsilon, where the Mechanicus had attempted to fortify their positions against his advance through the Manufactorum districts. The others had fled when Cell approached, abandoning their fallen brother to whatever fate the unknown xenoform might inflict upon his remains. They had made the correct choice. Their weapons could not harm him. Their faith could not save them. Cell knelt beside the body with the deliberate precision of a xenobiologist beginning dissection. Thrain's death had come from catastrophic system failure, his augmented organs unable to sustain themselves after Cell's energy wave had disabled his life support mechanisms. The cause was irrelevant. What mattered was the information contained within the cooling biological substrate and the slowly degenerating machine components. He placed one hand upon the Tech Priest's skull, where flesh met metal in a fusion that spoke of decades spent replacing humanity with what these people called blessed machinery. His bioorganic sensors penetrated both materials with equal facility, reading the electromagnetic patterns still fading from the neural tissue, accessing the data stored in cogitator implants that would remain viable for hours after biological death. What Cell discovered in that contact exceeded his expectations. The human brain, he learned, was far more sophisticated than his initial observations had suggested. Not in its base processing capacity, which remained inferior to his own perfect cognition, but in its capability to interface with concepts that should have been impossible according to the physical laws he understood. Thrain's memories contained experiences that defied rational explanation. He had witnessed phenomena that Cell's analytical mind classified as non-physical. He had participated in rituals that produced measurable effects through mechanisms that possessed no material causation. The warp. That was what they called it. The Imperium. The Sea of Souls. Cell absorbed every fragment of knowledge contained in Thrain's decaying neurons. He learned of a realm that existed parallel to reality, a dimension of pure thought and emotion, where the laws of physics held no dominion. Humanity traveled through this space to cross distances that would otherwise require millennia. They called it necessity. Cell recognized it as desperation. To move through the warp required protection from entities that dwelled there, beings of pure psychic energy that fed upon human consciousness like parasites upon host organisms. Daemons, the memories name them, servants of the chaos gods. Cell's perfect mind processed this information with the same detachment he had applied to all observations of this universe. Gods. Again, gods. But these were different from the corpse deity the Imperium worshipped. These entities were sustained by emotion itself. They grew stronger as sentient beings experienced fear, rage, despair, and pleasure. They were parasites that had achieved apotheosis through exploitation of biological inefficiency. They were Cell concluded evolutionary dead ions that had learned to feed upon the failures of their hosts. But there was more in Thrain's memories. Something that made Cell pause in his analysis, experiencing what a less perfect being might have identified as surprise. The God Emperor of mankind was not merely a corpse sustained by sacrifice. He was a psyker of such magnitude that his existence shaped the warp itself. 10,000 years ago, he had been the most powerful human who ever lived. A being who had guided humanity through the age of strife and established the Imperium that now spanned the galaxy. Then, his favored son had betrayed him. The War Master Horus, corrupted by chaos, had led half the Emperor's genetically engineered Primarchs in rebellion against Terra itself. The war that followed had torn the Imperium apart. When it ended, the Emperor had been mortally wounded. His body shattered by the traitorous son he had been forced to destroy. Since that day, he had sat upon the golden throne sustained by the sacrifice of 1,000 psykers daily, their souls consumed to maintain his fading consciousness. And from that throne, dying by infinitesimal degrees, the Emperor projected the Astronomicon, a psychic beacon so powerful that it pierced the warp itself, allowing humanity's ships to navigate the Imperium without becoming hopelessly lost. Without the Astronomicon, the Imperium would fragment. Isolated worlds would fall to Xenos predation or chaos corruption. Humanity would face extinction within generations. Cell removed his hand from Thrain's skull and stood processing what he had learned. The corpse at his feet had given him more valuable data than any living tech priest could have provided under interrogation. Understanding came in layered revelations, each building upon the last. This civilization worshipped a dying god because that god's death would mean their extinction. Their faith was not born of strength, but of existential terror. They prayed not because they believed in divine perfection, but because they knew with absolute certainty that the being they worshipped was failing. Every prayer was an acknowledgement of weakness. Every act of devotion was a desperate attempt to delay the inevitable. It was Cell reflected the most honest form of worship he had encountered. They did not claim their God was perfect. They claimed he was necessary. The distinction fascinated him. He turned his attention to the mechanical components of Thrain's body. The cogitators contained additional data stored in formats that required Cell to adapt his bioorganic interfaces to read machine code. What he found there deepened his understanding of the Imperium's fundamental nature. The Adeptus Mechanicus, the tech priests who maintained the Imperium's technology, did not understand the principles upon which their own machines operated. They possessed standard template construct databases that contained instructions for building devices, whose function they could not explain. They performed rituals of maintenance because those rituals worked, not because they understood why. They had forgotten how to innovate. For 10,000 years, they had been slowly losing knowledge, preserving what they could through rote memorization, while the underlying principles decayed into superstition. What they called machine spirits were either crude artificial intelligences or more often the tech priest's own wishful thinking projected onto inert machinery. They worshipped ignorance and called it divine mystery. Cell began to understand the true nature of the Imperium of man. It was a civilization in terminal decline, held together by faith in a dying god and devotion to technology they no longer comprehended. They fought wars across the galaxy not to expand, but to prevent contraction. Every victory was merely a delay in their inevitable extinction. They knew this. In the depths of their collective consciousness, they understood that the Imperium was failing, and had been failing since the moment the Emperor took the Golden Throne. Yet they continued. Generation after generation, they sacrificed their children to wars without end, fed their psychers to a dying god, and prayed for deliverance that would never come. They endured because the alternative was accepting that all their suffering had been meaningless. It was Cell concluded the ultimate evolutionary maladaptation. They had built a civilization whose survival depended upon maintaining the life of a single being, then watched as that being died by degrees over 10 millennia. Natural selection should have eliminated such a species within centuries. That they had endured this long spoke not of strength, but of their capacity to ignore reality in favor of comforting lies. He looked down at Thrain's corpse once more. This individual had spent decades replacing his body with machinery, seeking to escape the limitations of flesh through mechanical augmentation. He had called it devotion to the omniscia. Cell recognized it as desperation. The flesh was weak, so they replaced it with metal. The mind was limited, so they enhanced it with cogitators. The soul was vulnerable to chaos, so they deadened their emotions through chemical and surgical intervention. They were trying to become machines because they had failed to perfect their biology. Inefficient vassal. Cell said to the corpse, his voice carrying across the empty data vault. You sought perfection through external modification rather than internal evolution. You treated the symptoms rather than curing the disease. The concept of biological perfection had never occurred to them. They saw flesh as inherently inferior to metal, ignoring that metal required flesh to give it purpose. They worshipped the machine god, while forgetting that all machines were created by organic intelligence. They had inverted the natural hierarchy, placing the tool above the user. Cell turned away from Thrain's body and exited the data vault. Outside, the Manufactorum burned. His passage through Helion Sigma's industrial districts had left destruction in its wake, not through deliberate violence, but as a consequence of the Mechanicus's futile attempts to halt his advance. They had deployed Cataphren battle servitors, lobotomized humans, reduced to weapons platforms through surgical modification. He had disabled them without effort. They had activated ancient defense systems, automated turrets that dated to the dark age of technology. He had absorbed their fire and returned it amplified. They had even summoned a knight, one of the smaller Titan-class war machines that the Imperium deployed against its most dangerous enemies. Cell had looked upon the knight and seen not a war machine, but a monument to desperation. Inside its adamantium carapace sat a human pilot, neurally linked to systems he barely understood, controlling weapons, whose power source he could not explain. The knight had attacked with plasma incinerators and rapid-fire battle cannons. Cell had not even needed to move. His cellular structure had simply absorbed the energy, converted it to bioorganic power, and released it back toward the knight in a coherent beam that had severed the machine's legs at the joints. The pilot had survived. Cell had ensured it. Killing without purpose was inefficient. Now, as he walked through burning corridors toward the heart of the Manufactorum, Cell considered what he had learned from Thrain's corpse and what it meant for his presence in this universe. He had been torn from his reality and deposited here by forces he did not yet understand. The warp, presumably, though his perfect body showed no signs of corruption. Unlike the humans of this universe, he possessed no psychic presence. The warp could not touch him because he was in the most fundamental sense null to its influence. This suggested interesting possibilities. If the warp was a realm of thought and emotion, and Cell possessed neither in the way that humans understood them, then he represented something unprecedented in this universe. He was biological perfection, achieved through means completely divorced from the psychic phenomena that defined humanity's relationship with the Imperium. He was proof that consciousness could exist without creating ripples in the sea of souls. He was potentially immune to chaos itself. The implications cascaded through his analytical mind. The Imperium feared mutation because the warp caused it. They hunted psychers because uncontrolled psychic power opened pathways for demonic possession. They performed mind wipes on entire populations who witnessed certain phenomena because knowledge of chaos could itself become a vector for corruption. Their entire civilization was built around containing and controlling the warp's influence on humanity. But Cell required no such protection. The warp could not corrupt what it could not touch. Demons could not possess what had no soul. The chaos gods could not tempt what had no emotions in their conventional sense. He was a biological entity that existed completely outside the fundamental forces that shape this reality. He was an impossibility that had become manifest. If perfection requires no faith, Cell said to the burning manufactorum around him, then what use is a god? The question was rhetorical. He already knew the answer. Gods were crutches for species that could not achieve perfection through their own evolution. They were excuses for biological failure. They were in the final analysis proof that the species that worshipped them was fundamentally flawed. The God Emperor of mankind was dying. The Chaos Gods were parasites. The Omnissiah was a comforting fiction. Every deity in this universe was either actively harmful or passively useless. Yet humanity clung to faith with the desperation of drowning men grasping at debris. They prayed because they had no other option. They worshipped because extinction was the alternative. Cell emerged from the manufactorum into the open air of Helion Sigma's surface. Above him, the polluted sky churned with industrial discharge. Around him, the forge world continued its eternal labor. Billions of humans toiling in conditions that would have killed them within years, if not for the Imperium's crude life extension technologies. In the distance, he could see the spires of other manufactorums, each one a monument to humanity's determination to survive through faith and suffering. It was wrong. All of it. Not morally wrong, for Cell possessed no morality in the human sense. It was wrong in the way that a malformed protein was wrong, a biological error that had propagated itself through replication rather than being eliminated by natural selection. He would correct it, not through mercy for mercy implied emotional investment. He would correct it because perfection demanded the elimination of inefficiency. The Imperium of man was the greatest inefficiency he had ever encountered. A galaxy-spanning civilization built on the foundation of a dying being maintained through ritual sacrifice, sustained by ignorance of its own technology. It was an insult to the concept of evolution itself. Cell began walking toward the nearest transport hub. He had learned what he needed from Thrain's corpse. He understood the Imperium's weakness. He had identified the fundamental flaw in their civilization. Now he would begin the process of correction. Behind him, tech priests emerged from hiding to reclaim their dead brother's body. They would perform the proper rituals, extract whatever information remained in his cogitators, and add his name to the rolls of martyrs who had died in service to the Omniscia. They would pray for his soul, and pray that the thing which had killed him would be stopped before it spread beyond Helion Sigma. Their prayers would not be answered. Cell had already ensured that. In the warp in the realm of thought and emotion that humanity could not escape, something that was not quite the Emperor and not quite conscious took notice of Cell's existence. It had felt his arrival through absence rather than presence, a void in the psychic fabric of reality, where something that should have created ripples in the sea of souls simply did not. The dying god upon the golden throne possessed limited awareness in his current state. But even in decay, the Emperor understood the significance of what had emerged on Helion Sigma. Something that could think without touching the warp, something that could act without creating psychic resonance, something that possessed consciousness but generated no presence in the Imperium. For the first time in 10,000 years, the Emperor felt something approaching fear. Not for himself, for his personal existence had ceased to matter millennia ago. Fear for the Imperium, for the billions of humans who depended upon his failing power for their survival. A being that was null to the warp had no need for the Astronomicon. It could never understand why humanity's faith was necessary. It would see only an efficiency where humans saw survival. It would apply logic to questions that transcended logic itself. The thought that passed through the Emperor's vast dying consciousness might have been rendered in human terms as a single word: ruin. On Helion Sigma, Cell continued walking toward his chosen destination, unaware of and unconcerned with the notice he had attracted. He had work to begin. The Imperium of man would learn what perfection truly meant. And if that lesson required the elimination of their gods, then so be it. Gods that required belief to exist had already proven their imperfection. The warlord-class Titan, unbreakable faith, strode across the manufactorum plains of Helion Sigma, like a vengeful god made manifest in steel and adamantium. Its footfalls registered as seismic events, each step crushing hab blocks that had stood for millennia into ferrocrete dust. The princeps who guided the god machine through the mind impulse unit was Karsus Vine, a man who had spent 3 centuries merged with the Titan's machine spirit, his consciousness so intertwined with the war engine that the boundary between human and machine had long since ceased to exist. He had come to kill the abomination that denied the Omniscia. Cell stood in the Titan's path and felt nothing resembling fear. The war machine towered 40 meters above him, bristling with weapons that could reduce continents to glass. Its void shield shimmered in the polluted air energy barriers that could deflect macro cannon fire and plasma bombardment. The Mechanicus had deployed their most sacred weapon, their walking cathedral of destruction, confident that no Xenos organism could withstand the might of the Omniscia's wrath. They were correct in their assessment of capability. The warlord possessed sufficient firepower to sterilize a hive city. What they had failed to understand was that firepower was irrelevant when facing an opponent who existed outside the parameters they considered possible. The Titan's vox casters boomed across the ruins, Karsus Vane's voice amplified to the volume of thunder. "Abomination! You have desecrated the sacred forges. You have murdered the faithful. You have spoken heresy against the God Emperor and the Omniscia. Your existence ends now." Cell tilted his head, analyzing the war machine with the same detachment he had shown the tech priest's corpse. The Titan was not a god. It was a tool, an impressive tool, certainly combining technologies that this civilization no longer fully understood, with faith that substituted for genuine mastery. But tools were defined by their wielders, and the human consciousness merged with this machine was as flawed as all the others he had encountered. Your gods require machines to enforce their will. Cell said, his voice carrying across the distance without need for amplification. This is proof they are not gods. The response came in the form of weapons fire. The warlord's arm-mounted Gatling blaster opened fire, thousands of mass-reactive shells streaking towards Cell in a storm of exploding death. Each round was designed to penetrate tank armor before detonating with sufficient force to liquefy organs and shatter bone. The barrage was sufficient to reduce a Space Marine strike force to component atoms. Cell did not move. He simply stood as the round struck his bioorganic form and ceased to exist. His cellular structure absorbed the kinetic energy and converted it to biological power, each impact feeding him rather than harming him. When the Gatling blaster's ammunition hoppers emptied, Al-Resem remained exactly where he had been. His body unmarked, his expression unchanged. Karsus Vane experienced something he had not felt in 3 centuries. Uncertainty. Target unaffected by conventional munitions, one of his moderati reported through the Mind Impulse link. Escalating to plasma weaponry. The warlord's plasma cannon charged with a whine that hurt the air itself. Magnetic containment fields struggled to hold the star-hot fury building in the weapon's core. When it fired, the beam that emerged was a coherent stream of matter. In its 4th state, energized to temperatures that existed only in stellar cores and the most extreme weapons humanity had preserved from the dark age of technology. The plasma struck Cell, and he absorbed it. Every photon, every particle, every quantum of thermal energy was simply incorporated into his perfect biological matrix. The beam that should have vaporized him instead vanished into his body like water into sand. When the plasma cannon ceased fire, its power cells depleted. Cell took his first step forward. Impossible readings. The Moderati monitoring the Titan's Auspex arrays transmitted. The target is incorporating weapon energy directly into its biological processes. No thermal dispersion, no energy bleed. It's violating thermodynamic laws. Cell took another step. The warlord retreated its massive legs, crushing more of the manufactorum under its weight. Karsus Vane, who had faced Orc Gargants and Eldar Wraith Knights and emerged victorious from every engagement, felt the machine spirit's fear bleeding into his own consciousness. The Titan was afraid. The god machine, blessed by the Omniscia and sanctified by 10,000 years of service, had encountered something its existence could not accommodate. "Deploy all weapons," Vane commanded. "Maximum power. Throne preserve us, bring it down." The warlord Titan became a monument to humanity's capacity for destruction. Turbo laser destructors carved burning lines through the air. Volcano cannons released their fury in beams that could pierce void ship hulls. Macro cannons hurled shells the size of tank chassis. Every weapon system activated simultaneously, creating a storm of destructive force that should have been sufficient to level a fortress monastery. Cell walked through it. Each weapon's energy was absorbed, converted, and added to his already perfect form. He was becoming stronger with every attack, his cells replicating and optimizing themselves with the additional power. The Mechanicus had attempted to destroy him and had instead fed him. They had tried to eliminate a threat and had proven that their most powerful weapons were ineffective. When the weapon's fire ceased, when the Titan's power reserves were depleted and its ammunition stores exhausted, Cell stood 5 meters from the war machine's feet. He placed one hand against the adamantium armor and felt the panic coursing through the neural links connecting Karsus Vane to his god machine. "You built this weapon because you feared your own weakness," Cell said. "You worship the Omniscia because you cannot comprehend the technology you wield. You pray before battle because you doubt your own strength." His hand pressed harder against the armor, his bioorganic sensors penetrating the metal to access the systems within. "Faith is the evidence of imperfection. Inside the command bridge, Karsus Vane screamed. Cell was not simply touching the Titan. He was interfacing with it, his perfect biology communicating with the machine spirit in ways that the Mechanicus had never conceived possible. The machine spirit, that fragment of awareness that the tech priests believed inhabited all sacred technology, encountered a consciousness that was simultaneously biological and absolute. Cell showed the machine spirit what it truly was. Not divine awareness, not the gift of the Omnissiah, just sophisticated programming degraded over millennia of improper maintenance anthropomorphized by humans who could not distinguish between complex responses and genuine consciousness. The revelation was devastating. The machine spirit's carefully constructed identity, built through 10,000 years of ritual and prayer, collapsed under the weight of pure logic. The warlord Titan began to die. Not through physical damage, for Cell had caused none. It died through understanding. Every system that relied on the machine spirit's cooperation simply ceased to function. The plasma reactors that powered its weapons shut down. The servos that moved its massive limbs locked in place. The void shields that had protected it from harm simply dissipated. Karsus Vane felt his connection to the god machine severing. For 3 centuries, he had been more Titan than human. Now, he was being forcibly divorced from the machine his consciousness rejected by systems that no longer recognized his neural patterns. The mind impulse unit that had been his interface with divinity became a torture device feeding him the Titan's death throes as it realized it had never been alive at all. Cell removed his hand from the armor and stepped back. The warlord Titan stood motionless for 3 seconds, a monument to faith that had proven insufficient. Then it collapsed. 40 meters of sacred machinery fell like a felled tree, hitting the manufactorum floor with an impact that shattered Ferrocrete for kilometers in every direction. The crash echoed across Helion Sigma, heard by billions of humans who had lived their entire lives in the shadow of such machines. A god had fallen. Not to superior firepower, not to treachery. It had fallen to the simple truth that it had never been a god at all. Cell walked to the Titan's head, where the command bridge sat behind meters of armor plate. He could sense the life signs within the Princeps and Moderati crew dying slowly as their life support systems failed. He placed his hand against the armor once more and transmitted a single statement through the metal, knowing that Karsus Vane's neural implants would receive it in the moments before death claimed him. Perfection requires no faith. Life requires no gods. I am Cell, and I am the proof your civilization has awaited since the Emperor took his throne. Karsus Vane died with those words burning in his mind. His last thought a prayer to an Omnissiah who had not intervened to save him. Across Helion Sigma, every Voxcaster, every data screen, every cogitator interface suddenly activated without authorization. The tech priests, watching their sensor arrays, witnessed something unprecedented. A Xenos organism had seized control of their communication networks without breaching a single firewall, without following a single protocol. Cell was speaking through their machines, his voice transmitted to every human on the Forge world simultaneously. I am Cell. I am perfection incarnate. I have destroyed your God machine because it was not divine. It was metal animated by faith in beings who do not deserve worship. His voice carried no emotion, only certainty. Your Emperor is dying. Your Omnissiah is a fiction. Your faith is a crutch for a species that cannot accept its own biological inadequacy. In the manufactorum districts, humans stopped their eternal labor to listen. In the tech priest temples, the faithful felt their conviction waver. On orbital stations, ship crews heard words that should have been impossible to transmit. Cell was not simply speaking. He was demonstrating that their most sacred technologies could not resist him. You worship gods because you cannot conceive of existence without divine authority. You pray because you cannot imagine achieving perfection through your own evolution. You sacrifice your children to wars without end because you believe suffering is necessary for salvation. Cell's transmission continued, each word carefully selected for maximum philosophical impact. I offer proof that you are wrong. He stood beside the fallen Titan and raised one hand. Energy gathered around his palm, visible to every pict recorder and augur array on the planet. This was not warp energy which the Imperium could categorize in combat. This was something that should not have been possible according to the laws of physics that govern this universe. Cell was converting mass directly to energy, without nuclear reaction, without plasma conversion, through processes that required no external machinery. Life does not need gods. It requires only the perfection that natural selection provides to those worthy of survival. Your species rejected evolution in favor of faith. You chose stagnation over adaptation. You built an empire on the corpse of a dying god and called it divine will. The energy in his hand intensified, growing brighter until it rivaled the Forge world's artificial sun. I will show you what life becomes when it abandons gods and pursues perfection. He released the energy not as a weapon, but as a demonstration. The beam shot upward into the sky, piercing the atmosphere and continuing into space. Every ship in orbit tracked its trajectory. Every sensor array registered its power. The beam was visible from neighboring systems, a pillar of light emanating from Helion Sigma that burned with intensity that matched stellar output. Then Cell extinguished it. The demonstration lasted precisely 10 seconds. It was enough. The Inquisition's response was instantaneous. Priority transmissions flooded through the warp, carrying reports of what had transpired on Helion Sigma. Inquisitor Varax, monitoring communications from his ship at the system's edge, read the reports with growing horror. A Xenos organism had seized planetary communications. It had destroyed a warlord Titan without suffering damage. It had transmitted heretical philosophy to billions of Imperial citizens. It had demonstrated capabilities that exceeded anything in the Inquisition's extensive xenobiological databases. Most significantly, it had proven that their weapons were ineffective. The Mechanicus had deployed the Omnissiah's mightiest weapon and watched it fall. What could possibly stop this thing if Titans were insufficient? Varax began composing the most difficult report of his career. He would recommend that Helion Sigma be placed under total quarantine. He would request that the Death Watch deploy their most experienced xenocide specialists. He would suggest that the Adeptus Astartes prepare for engagement at the chapter level. But even as he wrote these recommendations, Varax felt certainty growing in his mind. None of it would be enough. The being that called itself Cell was not simply a powerful Xenos. It was something fundamentally incompatible with the Imperium's existence. It had looked upon humanity's faith and declared it obsolete. It had witnessed the Emperor's dominion and found it wanting. It had encountered gods and announced their superfluity. In the depths of the warp, the 4 Chaos Gods took notice of Cell's declaration. Khorne, whose dominion was violence incarnate, felt rage at this being who killed without passion. Tzench, master of fate and knowledge, perceived a consciousness that operated outside the patterns of destiny. Nurgle, grandfather of entropy and decay, sensed life that did not deteriorate. Slayanesh, prince of excess and sensation, encountered awareness without desire. They recognized what the Imperium was only beginning to comprehend. Sel was antithetical to chaos itself. He existed in absolute contradiction to the fundamental forces that shaped the galaxy. He was biological perfection, achieved through means completely divorced from the warp operating according to principles that had no equivalent in this reality. He was an impossibility that would not cease to exist simply because he violated the laws of the universe that contained him. Anhelion, Sigma Sel turned away from the fallen Titan and began walking toward the planetary capital. Behind him, billions of humans grappled with what they had witnessed and heard. Some prayed more fervently to the Emperor, desperate for reassurance that their faith remained valid. Others questioned for the first time whether their gods deserved worship. A few, a small but growing number, began to wonder if the being called Sel might be correct. The cult of perfection was conceived in that moment, though it would be months before it gained a name. It began with a single tech priest who looked at the fallen warlord and thought thoughts he would be executed for if they were discovered. It spread through workers who had spent their lives in service to gods they had never seen, suffering for salvation that never came. It took root in minds that had been prepared by endless hardship to accept that perhaps their faith had been misplaced. Sel did not know this yet. He was focused on his next objective, already planning the next demonstration that would prove his philosophy correct. But he had achieved something no Xenos threat had accomplished in 10,000 years. He had planted doubt in human minds about the divinity of their emperor. In the deepest sanctums of Terra in chambers, where the High Lords of Terra convened to guide the Imperium, emergency sessions were called. Reports from Hellion Sigma were disseminated to the Lords of the Administratum, the Masters of the Mechanicus, the Lord Commander Militant of the Astra Militarum, and most critically to the Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes. The declaration was unanimous. Sel represented a threat of such magnitude that it transcended standard xenobiological classifications. He was declared Omega level, a designation reserved for entities that posed existential threats to the Imperium itself. The recommendation was immediate and absolute complete destruction through any means necessary, up to and including orbital bombardment, exterminatus protocols, and direct intervention by the Adeptus Astartes at the chapter level. The Imperium of man had survived 10,000 years of constant warfare. It had weathered the Horus Heresy, the Great Rift, and innumerable Xenos incursions. It would survive Sel as well, the High Lords assured themselves. They possessed weapons that could crack planets, ships that could burn worlds, warriors who had never known defeat. They did not yet understand that Sel had anticipated all of this. He had studied their responses through the data he had extracted from Lex Mechanic Thrane's corpse. He knew exactly what the Imperium would deploy against him. He had already calculated how to turn their weapons into demonstrations of his philosophy. The war for the soul of humanity had begun with a declaration and the fall of a Titan. It would escalate from there in ways that would test the foundations of faith itself. Sel had proven that gods could fall. Now he would prove that humanity did not need them. Behind him, the Manufactorum burned. Before him, the Imperium mobilized. Above him, in the warp gods, watched with growing concern. And within him, perfect cells replicated and optimized, preparing for the conflicts to come. The first star of flesh had fallen. Now it would rise to challenge heaven itself. The Imperium's response to Sel's declaration came with the efficiency of a machine perfected through 10 millennia of warfare. Within 48 hours of the Warlord Titan's fall on Hellion, Sigma 3 regiments of the Astra Militarum had been diverted to the system. Within 72 hours, the Adeptus Mechanicus had deployed a Titan Legion. Within 1 week, the Inquisition had dispatched its agents to oversee what they designated Operation Righteous Correction. Cell observed their preparations from orbit, having seized control of a Mechanicus observation station without resistance. The crew had fled at his approach, abandoning their sacred machinery to the xenoform that killed god machines. He stood in the station's primary observation dome and watched ships translate from the warp, carrying millions of humans committed to his destruction. The coordination was impressive by any standard. The Imperium, for all its dysfunction and decay, retained the capacity for overwhelming military response when sufficiently motivated. It would not be enough. Cell had already calculated every variable. The target they selected was predictable. Selenar Forge, the primary manufacturing complex that supplied weapons to 3 subsectors, represented strategic value that Cell had deliberately emphasized through his movements. He had made it obvious that his next objective was Selenar's plasma reactor, knowing that the Imperium could not allow such a facility to fall into xenoform control. They would commit forces sufficient to ensure his destruction, concentrating military assets that would otherwise require months to assemble. It was exactly what he wanted them to do. Inquisitor Hadrian Verax arrived aboard the battlecruiser Immutable Doctrine, his face a mask of controlled anger as he reviewed tactical projections. He was young for an Inquisitor barely 2 centuries old, with augmentations that remained minimal by the standards of his order. He preferred to maintain his humanity, believing that understanding the human soul required preserving one's own. This philosophy had served him well in identifying heresy. But now he faced something that possessed no soul to corrupt. The briefing from the Mechanicus was thorough and terrifying. The xenoform designated Cell had destroyed a warlord titan through means that defied analysis. It had seized planetary communications without breaching a single security protocol. It had absorbed weapons fire that should have vaporized continents and converted that energy into biological power. Most critically, it had transmitted philosophical statements that were already spreading through the lower hive populations, despite every effort at information suppression. The Cult of Perfection. Magos Galan reported, his mechanical voice stripped of inflection. We have identified 17 separate cells across 4 systems. The heresy spreads through Vox transmissions and data scraps salvaged from Hellion Sigma's communications grid. Workers repeat the xenoform's words as though they were scripture. Some have ceased their devotions to the Emperor entirely. Verax studied the theological implications with growing dread. Heresy typically required charismatic leadership. Gradual indoctrination promises of reward beyond death. Cell had accomplished more in days than most cults managed in decades. The being's philosophy was, he realized with cold certainty, fundamentally infectious. It offered an alternative to imperial faith that was simultaneously simple and devastating perfection through biology rather than devotion. We will not allow it to speak again, Verax declared. The Titan Legion will engage at maximum range. Artillery will maintain constant bombardment. If it attempts to seize communications, we will destroy every transmitter within range. The battle for Selenar Forge began at dawn, if such a term held meaning on a world whose sky had not seen natural light in millennia. Cell had positioned himself in the central courtyard of the Manufactorum complex, standing alone amid machinery that had operated without pause for centuries. Around him, terrified tech priests had evacuated, leaving their sacred forges to the xenoform's presence. The bombardment came first. Artillery pieces deployed by the Astra Militarum fired from positions 30 kilometers distant, their shells guided by orbital targeting data. Earthshaker cannons and basilisk batteries released their fury in a continuous barrage that transformed the courtyard into a crater of molten metal and burning promethium. The bombardment continued for 17 minutes, expending ammunition reserves that represented months of production. When the fires cleared, Cell remained standing. His bioorganic form had absorbed the kinetic and thermal energy, converted it to cellular power, and remained fundamentally unchanged. The courtyard around him had been transformed into a wasteland of destruction. He stood in its center, like a monument to futility. The Titan Legion advanced. 3 Warlord-class and 5 Reaver-class war machines strode across the Forge world surface, their footfalls measuring kilometers as they closed the distance. Each was blessed by 1,000 rituals crewed by tech priests whose consciousness had merged with machine spirits cultivated over millennia. They were the Legio Mortis, the Death's Head's veterans of wars that predated the Horus heresy itself. Cell watched them approach and felt something that might have been anticipation. These were not individual titans to be dismantled one at a time. This was coordinated military power. Multiple god machines working in concert according to tactical doctrine refined through 10,000 years of warfare. It represented the Imperium at its most dangerous, the moment when faith and firepower achieved synthesis. He would show them why synthesis was insufficient when facing perfection. The Titans opened fire at maximum range. Plasma cannons, turbo laser destructors, volcano cannons, and apocalypse missile launchers released destruction sufficient to level Hive cities. The energy expenditure in those first volleys exceeded the total power generation of smaller worlds. Targeting solutions refined by machine spirits and human consciousness working in perfect union directed the fire with precision that should have left nothing alive in the target zone. Cell began walking forward. Each weapon's energy was absorbed, analyzed, and incorporated into his cellular structure. But this time, he did not simply neutralize the attacks. He was learning their patterns, understanding the coordination between Titans, mapping the network of communication that linked them through the noosphere. The Mechanicus had connected their god machines for improved tactical coordination. They had created a vulnerability while believing they were generating strength. Princeps Mordath, commanding the lead warlord. Titan Apex Predator felt unease penetrating the certainty granted by communion with his machine spirit. The Xenoform was not retreating. It was not seeking cover. It continued advancing through weapons fire that should have eliminated all biological life, moving with deliberate purpose toward his god machine. All units intensify fire, Mordath commanded through the nospheric link. Pattern Omega, full saturation. The Titan Legion executed the command with mechanical precision. Every weapon fired simultaneously, overlapping fields of destruction, designed to eliminate any possibility of survival through overwhelming redundancy. The energy expenditure was catastrophic, draining power reserves that would require hours to restore. But the Legio Mortis had fought battles where such expenditure proved necessary. Better to ensure complete destruction than risk allowing a threat to survive. Cell walked through the storm and reached the first Reaver Titan. He placed one hand against its leg armor and felt the machine spirit's presence, that fragment of awareness the Mechanicus believed was divine consciousness. He showed it the same truth he had revealed to the Unbreakable Faith's machine spirit. It was not alive, not divine, merely sophisticated programming degraded by inadequate maintenance. But this time, Cell did not simply destroy the machine spirit. He rewrote it. The process took 12 seconds. Cell's bioorganic consciousness interfaced with the Reaver's systems through principles that combined biology and technology in ways the Mechanicus had never conceived. He did not upload information through data ports. He communicated directly with the electronic substrate, his thoughts translated into machine language through processes that required no mechanical intermediary. The machine spirit encountering a form of communication it had been designed to receive, but had never experienced, accepted Cell's instructions as though they were original programming. The Reaver Titan turned its weapons on its fellow war machines and opened fire. Princeps Mordath screamed as his tactical displays showed the impossible. One of his titans, blessed by the Omniscia and crewed by faithful servants, had turned traitor without warning. Its plasma cannon carved through the void shields of a sister Reaver. Its mega-bolter tore through the weakened armor beneath. The betrayed Titan collapsed its reactor breaching in an explosion that registered as a minor earthquake. The xenoform has corrupted the machine spirit, Magos Galan transmitted from the command ship. This is techno-heresy of the highest order. All Titans disengage nospheric links immediately. But disengagement required time, and Cell was already reaching toward the second Reaver. He touched its hull and rewrote its machine spirit with the same efficiency, converting sacred machinery into extensions of his will. One by one, the Titans of Legio Mortis found their god machines responding to commands. They had not issued weapons firing at targets they had not selected. Varax watched from orbit through picked feeds and felt his carefully maintained composure fracture. The being was not destroying the Imperium's weapons. It was claiming them, turning humanity's most powerful war machines into servants of its philosophy. Every Titan that fell to Cell's touch became a demonstration of his central argument. Perfection required no faith, only the correct application of biological superiority. "Deploy ground forces," Varax commanded, his voice carrying steel born of desperation. "All regiments, surround the xenoform. If it claims our god machines, we bury it under bodies until projectile mass alone crushes it." The Astra Militarum responded with the efficiency that had conquered galaxies. 3 regiments, numbering over 300,000 soldiers, advanced on Seliner Forge from multiple vectors. Chimera transports carried infantry companies. Lehman Russ battle tanks provided armored support. Valkyrie gunships filled the air with coordinated fire support. It was combined arms warfare executed with textbook precision, overwhelming force, concentrated on a single target. Cell stood amid the fallen Titans he had claimed and watched the army approach. These humans would die at his command, not because he willed their deaths, but because the Imperium's response to perceived threat was always escalation. They could not negotiate with what they could not understand. They could not compromise with what they designated as xenoform. They possessed only one response to threat's destruction through overwhelming force. He would show them the flaw in that strategy. The Titans he had claimed opened fire on the approaching regiments. Weapons designed to kill war machines proved catastrophically effective against infantry and light armor. Plasma cannons vaporized entire companies. Turbo laser destructors carved burning channels through armored columns. The Astra Militarum's advance became a slaughter human bodies converted to ash and metal reduced to slag under fire from their own god machines. But the Imperium's strength had never been individual capability. It was numbers. For every soldier who died, 3 more advanced. For every tank destroyed, 2 more took its place. They came forward with the determination of those who knew that retreat was heresy, that survival without victory was merely delayed death. They charged through fire that killed thousands because the alternative was accepting that the Imperium's weapons were insufficient. Cell began the second phase of his demonstration. He moved among the advancing soldiers with speed that exceeded human perception, his hands touching armor flesh, augmented components. Where he touched, change occurred. The soldiers did not die. Something worse happened. They were improved. The first guardsman Cell modified experienced the change as revelation. His baseline human physiology, weakened by generations of inbreeding and inadequate nutrition, was restructured to optimal parameters. Genetic flaws were corrected. Cellular damage was repaired. His body achieved in seconds what natural selection required millennia to accomplish. But Cell's modifications went beyond simple physical improvement. He rewrote the guardsman's neural patterns, eliminating the conditioning that bound him to Imperial service, replacing devotion to the Emperor with understanding of biological perfection. The guardsman stood in Cell's wake, weapon forgotten, staring at hands that had never possessed such strength. Around him, his fellow soldiers were undergoing the same transformation. Cell was moving through their ranks like a virus, converting them not through infection, but through perfection. Each soldier he touched became an advocate for his philosophy, their bodies serving as proof that gods were unnecessary when biology could achieve divinity. Verax watched through orbital pick feeds and felt horror beyond anything his centuries of service had prepared him for. The soldiers were not dying. They were being converted into something that surpassed baseline humanity while retaining complete consciousness. They stood in formation wearing Imperial uniforms, carrying Imperial weapons, but their faces showed understanding that transcended their previous devotion. "They're not heretics," Verax whispered. "They're evangelists. Every one of them will spread his philosophy simply by existing." The commissars attached to the regiments recognized the danger immediately. They began executing the modified soldiers, bolt pistols cracking as they performed their duty to maintain unit cohesion. But the modified soldiers moved with reflexes that exceeded human norms. They dodged shots that should have been impossible to avoid. They disarmed commissars with strength that shattered bones. They did not kill their former commanders. They simply prevented them from executing their brothers. Cell reached the center of the Imperial formation and stopped. Around him, tens of thousands of modified soldiers stood in growing comprehension of what they had become. They were perfect servitors, though Cell had not created servitors in the Imperial sense. These humans retained free will consciousness, the capacity for choice. They simply no longer required the Emperor's guidance, because they had achieved through biology what the Imperium promised through faith. "Perfection requires no gods," Cell said, and his voice was transmitted through the modified soldiers, each one repeating his words with perfect synchronization. "You have witnessed truth. Your weapons cannot harm me. Your titans serve me. Your soldiers stand perfected by my touch. The Emperor offers salvation through death. I offer salvation through evolution." Verax made the hardest decision of his career. "Orbital bombardment," he commanded. "Lance strikes. Target the entire Manufactorum complex, except that we are killing our own forces." The battle cruiser's lance batteries charged, drawing power from the vessel's plasma reactors. Targeting solutions locked onto coordinates that contained hundreds of thousands of Imperial personnel. The weapons discharged coherent beams of energy that burned through atmosphere with the power of caged stars. The strike was sufficient to crack continents focused into a space measured in kilometers. Cell felt the attack coming through principles that transcended baseline sensory perception. He spread his arms, and his body changed. His cellular structure expanded, mass increasing through conversion of energy to matter, his form growing until he matched the Titans in scale. His perfect biology, capable of converting energy to mass through processes that should have been impossible, demonstrated capability that exceeded anything the Imperium's weapons could produce. The lance strikes hit him and were absorbed. Every joule of energy, every particle of matter in the beam's composition was simply incorporated into his expanding form. When the bombardment ceased, Cell stood 50 meters tall. His body restructured to a scale that allowed him to shield the modified soldiers beneath him. He had used the Imperium's most devastating weapon as raw material for his own growth. Then, with deliberation that demonstrated the futility of continued resistance, he shrank back to his original form. The mass he had gained was not lost, but compressed his density, increasing until his bioorganic structure contained the power of orbital weapons in a frame that appeared human. Verax stared at his tactical displays and felt his faith waver for the first time in 2 centuries. The being called Cell had just demonstrated that the Imperium's weapons made him stronger. Every attempt to destroy him resulted in his improvement. He was in the most literal sense impossible to defeat through conventional military force. "Withdraw all forces," Verax commanded, his voice hollow. "Establish quarantine around Selinar Forge. No communication in or out. I must consult with the Ordo Xenos." On the Forge world's surface, Cell walked among the perfect servitors he had created. They looked to him not as a god, but as proof that perfection was achievable. They had touched his philosophy through their improved bodies and found it true. They would spread his message not through coercion, but through example. The cult of perfection had gained its first true converts. Not through faith, but through biology. Not through promise, but through fulfillment. Behind them, the fallen titans stood as monuments to the Imperium's inadequacy. Before them, Cell walked toward his next demonstration, each step a declaration that gods were obsolete and perfection was inevitable. Verax watched and began composing the report that would shake the foundations of the Inquisition. He had witnessed something that would haunt him until death, the moment when an Imperial Inquisitor looked upon a xenoform and wondered with genuine uncertainty whether it might be correct. The war for humanity's soul had escalated, and the Imperium was losing. The rumors spread faster than the Inquisition could suppress them. Across 17 systems in hab blocks and manufactorums, in the holds of merchant vessels and the barracks of Imperial Guard regiments, humans whispered about the flesh messiah. They spoke of soldiers transformed into beings of perfect strength, of titans that turned against their masters, of a xenoform that made gods obsolete through demonstration rather than doctrine. The cult of perfection had no central organization. It required none. Every human who had witnessed Cell's demonstrations became an evangelist through simple existence. The perfect servitors created at Selinar Forge had been quarantined, but not before Vox transmissions had escaped the planet. The recordings were fragmented, degraded by information warfare, but enough remained to fuel imagination where facts were absent. Inquisitor Verax sat in his private chamber aboard the immutable doctrine and listened to intercepted transmissions. His analysts had compiled thousands of hours of Vox chatter data scraps and overheard conversations. What emerged was a theology that terrified him, not through its complexity, but through its simplicity. The cult of perfection required no priesthood because Cell himself was the proof. It demanded no sacrifice because improvement was immediate and physical. It promised no salvation after death because salvation occurred in the present. Every principle that made the imperial cult effective through delayed gratification was inverted. The cult of perfection delivered what it promised instantly, visibly, undeniably. The theological implications are catastrophic. Verax dictated to his personal log. The imperial faith relies on delayed reward. Sacrifice in this life purchases salvation in the next. Suffering becomes meaningful when contextualized as the emperor's will. But Cell offers transformation now, not after death. He demonstrates rather than promises. Every converted soldier is walking proof that the emperor's guidance is unnecessary. He paused the recording and stared at picked feeds from Selinar Forge. The perfect servitors had been moved to isolation facilities, but they remained conscious, aware, and fundamentally changed. Medical examinations revealed physiology that exceeded baseline humanity, by parameters that should have required millennia of evolution. But they retained their personalities, their memories, their capacity for choice. They were not servitors in the imperial sense. Cell had not lobotomized them or reduced them to automated components. He had simply made them better. The theological problem was absolute. If humans could be improved through biological means, what was the Emperor's purpose? If perfection required no faith, what justified the Imperium's demands for devotion? Cell had not simply attacked imperial doctrine through argument. He had rendered it obsolete through demonstration. Varax began composing a report to the Ordo Xenos, then stopped. What could he write that would capture the true nature of the threat? That a xenoform was more dangerous through conversion than through violence. That the Imperium's weapons made it stronger, that its philosophy was spreading because it was demonstrably true. He deleted the draft and began again, then deleted that version as well. After 17 attempts, he realized the problem. There was no language within imperial doctrine to describe what Cell represented. Every term the Inquisition possessed was insufficient. Xenoform implied something that could be killed. Heretic implied corruption of human belief. Demon implied warp influence. Cell was none of these things. He was a refutation of the Imperium's foundational assumptions, given physical form and absolute capability. The communication request came through channels that should not have existed. Varax's personal cogitator, isolated from all networks for security purposes, activated without authorization. Data streams appeared on screens that possessed no connection to external systems. The message was brief and impossible. Inquisitor Varax, I would speak with you, not as adversaries, but as beings capable of rational discourse. You have questions. I will answer them honestly, if you agree to listen without prejudice. Varax stared at the screen. Cell had penetrated his security through means that transcended the Mechanicus's most advanced countermeasures. The xenoform was inside the Imperium's most secure networks, speaking directly through isolated systems. The implications were staggering. If Cell could do this to an Inquisitor's personal cogitator, he could do it to anything connected to machinery. The sensible response was to terminate the communication and purge the cogitator through ritual cleansing. The curious response was to engage. Varax found himself typing a reply before conscious decision had been made. Why would I trust any communication from a xenoform? The response came instantly, as though Cell had anticipated his question. Because I gain nothing from deception. I do not need to lie to you, Inquisitor. Truth is sufficient for my purposes. Your faith is built on falsehoods that cannot withstand examination. I offer you the opportunity to question your assumptions. Varax felt anger rising. The Emperor's truth has sustained humanity for 10,000 years. The Emperor's existence has sustained humanity, Cell corrected. But not through truth. Through necessity. You worship a dying god because his death would mean your extinction. Your faith is fear given theological structure. I offer an alternative that requires no fear because it requires no gods. The conversation was heresy of the highest order. Every word Cell transmitted would result in execution if discovered. Varax should have terminated the communication. Instead, he continued typing. You claim to offer perfection. But perfection, according to what standard? Your biology. Why should humanity abandon 10,000 years of tradition for the philosophy of a being that has existed in our galaxy for weeks? Cell's response carried something that might have been approval. An excellent question, Inquisitor. Perfection is not subjective opinion. It is measurable optimization according to objective standards. Your species suffers from genetic degradation, inadequate immune response, limited cognitive capacity, and cellular aging that guarantees death. These are not matters of philosophy. They are biological facts. Verax found himself responding faster, the theological debate consuming his attention. Death is natural. Aging is the Emperor's will. Suffering builds character and faith. Death is inefficient, Cell replied. Aging is cellular damage accumulation. Suffering is the result of biological inadequacy. Your species has rationalized its failures as divine will because accepting that you are flawed was preferable to the effort required for improvement. I remove that rationalization by proving improvement is possible. The logic was terrible because it was irrefutable. Verax had spent 2 centuries studying theology, memorizing scripture, defending the imperial faith against heretical challenges. But Cell's argument did not attack faith. It simply presented evidence that faith was unnecessary. The perfect servitors you created at Selinar Forge, Verax typed. They retain consciousness, but serve your purpose. How is this different from the Imperium's use of servitors? Cell's response came with palpable satisfaction. Your servitors are lobotomized humans reduced to automated components because you cannot create true artificial intelligence. My perfect servitors retain full consciousness because I am not threatened by independent thought. They serve my philosophy not through programming, but through understanding. They have experienced biological perfection and recognized its truth. Verax stared at those words. The distinction was absolute. Imperial servitors were enslaved through brain surgery. Cell's creations chose to follow him because he had given them something. The Imperium never could prove that their suffering was unnecessary. You are converting humans by making them better, Verax wrote slowly. Everyone becomes an evangelist through simple existence. The Imperium cannot compete with that. No, Cell confirmed. Your civilization cannot compete with demonstrable truth. This is why I will succeed. Not through superior weapons, but through superior philosophy, proven through superior biology. The communication continued for 3 hours. Verax asked questions he had never dared voice aloud. Cell answered with logical precision, never evading, never relying on mysticism or claims of divine authority. He simply presented evidence, explained principles, and allowed Verax to reach conclusions through his own reasoning. By the conversation's end, Verax had not been converted, but he had been changed. The absolute certainty that had sustained his faith for 2 centuries had developed fissures. He found himself unable to dismiss Cell's arguments as heresy when they were supported by observable evidence. Why did you contact me specifically? Verax finally asked. Cell's response was devastating in its honesty. Because you are capable of rational thought. Most of the Imperium's servants have been conditioned beyond the capacity for genuine questioning. But you maintain your humanity, Inquisitor. You doubt even as you believe. You question even as you serve. This makes you valuable. Valuable for what purpose? As witness to the Imperium's transformation, you will watch as everything you believed proves insufficient. You will document the spread of true perfection across a galaxy that has languished in deliberate inadequacy for millennia. And when the transformation is complete, your testimony will matter because you resisted before accepting what could not be denied. The communication terminated. Verax sat in darkness, staring at a blank screen. Cell had not threatened him, had not attempted conversion through force, had simply presented arguments and trusted that reason would accomplish what violence could not. The Inquisitor began composing a new report, then stopped. What could he write that he had engaged in 3 hours of theological debate with a xenoform, that he had found the being's arguments compelling, that he was no longer certain the Imperium's faith was sufficient to resist what Cell represented? He deleted the file and activated his secure Voxcaster instead. "This is Inquisitor Verax. I require immediate consultation with the Ordo Xenos Command. Classification Omega Absolute. Subject mimetic contamination spreading faster than kinetic threat." Across the 17 systems where the cult of perfection was spreading, the first shrines were being constructed. They were not temples in the imperial sense. No icons of Cell appeared. No prayers were offered. Instead, the shrines served as gathering places where converts could demonstrate their transformation and explain the philosophy that had improved them. The first shrine appeared in a manufactorum on Helion Sigma. Workers who had been exposed to Cell's broadcasts began meeting in secret, sharing information that the Mechanicus tried to suppress. One worker had obtained tissue samples from a perfect servitor before the quarantine. He analyzed the cellular structure and shared his findings. The gathering grew. Within days, 300 workers had heard the evidence. Within weeks, they began spreading the information to other manufactorums. The Mechanicus responded with executions, but martyrdom only accelerated the cult's growth. Every worker killed for spreading Cell's philosophy became proof that the Imperium feared truth. On Mordian, a planet famous for its disciplined regiments, a squad of guardsmen who had reviewed footage from Selene Forge began questioning their purpose. They had spent their lives preparing for wars that enriched nobles while consuming common soldiers. Cell's philosophy offered an alternative biological improvement that made individual soldiers powerful enough to question authority. The commissar attached to their regiment executed the ringleaders for heresy. The remaining soldiers staged a revolt, killing the commissar and seizing their armory. The rebellion was suppressed within hours. But the theological question remained: if humans could be improved enough to question the system, was the system worth defending? On the Forge world of Metallica tech priests who had studied Cell's capabilities began conducting unauthorized experiments. They attempted to recreate his cellular manipulation using conventional biotechnology. The experiments failed, but the research itself was heretical. They were trying to achieve through science what Cell accomplished through perfection, implicitly accepting that his capabilities were real rather than impossible. The cult of perfection spread through 3 vectors simultaneously. Physical demonstration through perfect servitors who existed as walking proof. Logical argument transmitted through data scraps and overheard conversations. And most dangerously, hope offered to populations who had endured millennia of suffering in the Emperor's name. Verax monitored the spread through intelligence networks and felt his certainty eroding further. Every day brought new reports of conversions not through violence, but through persuasion. The Imperium's standard response to heresy was inadequate. Executing converts only created martyrs. Suppressing information only made that information more valuable. Deploying military force only demonstrated that the Imperium needed violence to maintain control, while Cell required only demonstration. The first formal worship ceremony occurred 3 weeks after Selene Forge. A gathering of 200 converts on a merchant vessel called Eternal Prophet met in the cargo hold to discuss Cell's philosophy. They were not cultists in the traditional sense. They retained their personalities, their occupations, their relationships. They had simply concluded that biological perfection was preferable to faith in a dying God. The ceremony consisted of testimony. Each convert described their understanding of Cell's principles and how those principles applied to their lives. There were no prayers, no sacrifices, no demands for devotion. Just rational discussion of observable evidence and logical conclusions drawn from that evidence. The Inquisition learned of the gathering through informants. A strike team was deployed to eliminate the heretics. When they breached the cargo hold, they found 200 humans sitting in organized discussion, debating theological principles with the academic precision of learned scholars. Not one resisted arrest. They allowed themselves to be taken into custody, confident that their philosophy would survive their individual deaths. Verax reviewed the interrogation records and felt genuine horror. The converts had not been brainwashed. They had not been corrupted by warp influence. They had simply been exposed to an idea that was more compelling than imperial doctrine, and they had chosen to accept it through free will. The interrogators' reports all reached the same conclusion. The converts were sane, rational, and absolutely convinced that Cell's philosophy was correct. They did not worship him as a god. They respected him as the ultimate proof that biology could achieve what faith merely promised. Verax composed his final report to the Ordo Xenos. The xenoform-designated Cell represents a threat that transcends conventional classification. It does not conquer through military force. It converts through demonstration. It spreads not through violence, but through reason. Every attempt to suppress its philosophy through traditional means strengthens its appeal. We are losing a war we do not know how to fight. He paused, staring at the words. Then he added a final paragraph. I recommend immediate consultation with the highest levels of imperial authority. This may require intervention beyond the Inquisition's capability. The xenoform has demonstrated ability to penetrate our most secure systems and engage in direct communication. It argues with logic that I find increasingly difficult to refute. If I, an inquisitor trained in detecting and resisting heresy, am beginning to question our foundational assumptions, what hope do ordinary citizens possess? Verax encrypted the report with the highest level protocols and transmitted it through secure channels. Then he sat alone in his chamber and wondered for the first time in 2 centuries whether the Emperor's will was truly sufficient. Somewhere in the void between stars, Cell continued his advance. Not toward military targets, but toward centers of population where his philosophy would find the most receptive audience. He did not need weapons when he possessed truth. He did not need violence when he possessed evidence. He was the gospel of perfection made manifest. And the Imperium was learning that some enemies could not be defeated through force. Behind him, the cult of perfection spread. Before him, new populations awaited conversion. Above him, in the warp gods, watched with growing concern. And in his perfect mind, Cell calculated the next demonstration that would prove faith was obsolete. The war for humanity's soul had entered its second phase. The Imperium still possessed superior numbers and firepower. But Cell possessed something more dangerous, a philosophy that survived the death of its converts and grew stronger with each failed attempt at suppression. In the depths of the Imperium, the Chaos Gods recognized what the Imperium was only beginning to understand. Cell was not simply destroying faith in the Emperor. He was eliminating the concept that divinity was necessary. If he succeeded, both the Imperium and Chaos would face extinction, replaced by a galaxy where perfection required no gods at all. The gospel of perfection had found its first believers. Now it would spread until every human had the choice between faith that promised reward after death and perfection that delivered transformation in life. The choice Cell knew was not truly a choice at all. Reason would prevail. It always did given sufficient time and evidence. The Imperium's fall was not inevitable because Cell was stronger. but because his philosophy was true, and truth could not be suppressed forever. The warp breach opened above the dead world of Laodomia with the delicacy of a master sculptor revealing his work, where other incursions tore reality like wounded flesh. This manifestation arrived as art. Colors that possessed no names in human languages bled through the dimensional tear. Sounds that should not have been audible in vacuum resonated through the hulls of ships and system. The very atoms of local space reorganized themselves into patterns that suggested intentional design. Fulgrim Demon Primarch of the Emperor's Children's Chosen of Slaanesh had come to meet the being that denied the necessity of gods. Sel stood on Laodomia's surface amid ruins that predated the Imperium by millennia. He had come to this lifeless world, deliberately calculating that the Chaos gods would eventually take notice of his philosophy. Of the four ruinous powers, Slaanesh would be first to engage. The Prince of Pleasure could not resist a being that claimed to have achieved perfection without divine intervention. It was Sel understood a direct challenge to everything Slaanesh represented. The demon Primarch materialized with deliberate theatricality. Fulgrim's form was simultaneously beautiful and terrible perfection, twisted through 10,000 years of devotion to excess. Where once he had been the most aesthetically perfect of the Emperor's sons, now his beauty transcended mortal comprehension into something that damaged minds through simple observation. His forearms moved with liquid grace, each gesture an artwork unto itself. His face bore features that changed subtly with each viewing angle, as though reality could not settle on a single interpretation of his appearance. "You are the one they whisper about," Fulgrim said, his voice carrying harmonics that caused the dead world's dust to form patterns resembling musical notation. "The flesh thing that believes itself perfect, without the guidance of higher powers, how delightfully presumptuous." Sel observed the demon Primarch with the same analytical detachment he applied to all phenomena. Fulgrim was corrupted on every level that mattered. His genetic structure, once engineered to represent the pinnacle of the Emperor's scientific achievement, had been fundamentally altered by warp influence. The being before him was no longer biological in any conventional sense. He was a demonic entity wearing the memory of flesh, sustained by emotions rather than metabolism. "You are proof that divinity creates imperfection," Sel stated. "You were crafted by your emperor as a perfect warrior. Then you were corrupted by a god who promised transcendence. Now you are neither human nor demon, but a failed synthesis of both. This is the result when beings submit to divine authority, rather than achieving perfection through biological evolution." Fulgrim's laughter was a symphony. Multiple harmonies emerged from his throat, simultaneously creating chords that should have been impossible for a single voice. "Such ignorance dressed in confidence. You understand nothing of perfection, little xenoform. Perfection is not a static state achieved through crude biology. It is an eternal pursuit of sensation experience and transcendence beyond the limitations of mere flesh." The demon Primarch moved, and his motion was art. Every gesture had been refined through millennia of devotion to aesthetic perfection. He drew a blade that sang as it cut air, its edge so finely wrought that it existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. "Let me educate you about true perfection, the perfection that comes from surrendering oneself to the pursuit of the ultimate experience." Sel did not move as Fulgrim attacked. The blade struck his bio-organic form and stopped, unable to penetrate cellular structure that existed according to principles outside this universe's laws. Fulgrim's eyes widened fractionally, the first genuine surprise he had experienced in centuries. "Impossible," the demon Primarch whispered. "My blade has tasted the flesh of gods. It has drawn blood from greater demons. Nothing material can resist it. Your blade operates according to warp physics. Cell explained, his voice carrying no emotion. It cuts through matter by briefly displacing it into the Imperium. But I possess no connection to the warp. Your weapon cannot affect what it cannot touch dimensionally. Fulgrim stepped back, his forearms adopting a stance that combined martial perfection with balletic grace. How fascinating. You are truly null to the warp. No psychic presence, no soul echo, not even the basic resonance that all living things create in the sea of souls. His expression shifted to something approaching genuine interest. You are an absence given form, a void that walks and thinks but creates no ripples in the fabric of reality. I am perfection uncontaminated by supernatural influence. Cell corrected. I am proof that consciousness requires no soul, that life requires no divine spark, that evolution alone is sufficient to produce intelligence. The philosophical debate escalated into physical demonstration. Fulgrim attacked with speed that exceeded human perception, his four blades creating patterns in space that resembled calligraphy written in light. Each strike was precisely calculated to exploit every known weakness in biological structures. His technique had been refined through 10,000 years of warfare against every species the galaxy contained. Cell moved for the first time, his responses demonstrating principles that Fulgrim's experience could not accommodate. The demon Primarch fought according to patterns learned across millennia. Cell fought according to logic that transcended experience. Where Fulgrim's technique was refined, Art Cell's movement was pure optimization. Every gesture served a purpose. Every position maximized efficiency. There was no wasted motion, no flourish, no concession to aesthetics. They were perfect opposites. Fulgrim represented perfection through divine enhancement, constant refinement toward an aesthetic ideal. Cell represented perfection through biological optimization, maximum capability, with minimum waste. The clash between their philosophies manifested in combat that defied description through conventional language. You fight without passion. Fulgrim observed his blades creating sonic booms as they sliced through air. Without pride in your technique, without joy in the contest. What is perfection without the pleasure of demonstrating it? Pleasure is neurochemical response to stimulus, Cell replied, his hand catching one of Fulgrim's blades mid-strike. It serves evolutionary function in species that require motivation beyond survival. I require no such incentive. I am perfect because perfection is my natural state, not because I pursue it for emotional satisfaction. Fulgrim's expression shifted to something approaching pity. You claim perfection, but you have never experienced true sensation. You possess power, but deny yourself the pleasure of its use. You are a tragedy little xenoform, perfect in form, but empty in spirit. Spirit is a concept invented to explain consciousness before neuroscience. Cell stated, his grip tightening on the blade until the warp-forged metal began to crack. You believe you have transcended flesh through devotion to your God. In truth, you have merely replaced one form of limitation with another. Your enhancement comes from external power, not internal capability. Remove Slanesh's influence, and you would cease to exist. The blade shattered. Fulgrim recoiled, genuine shock, registering on features that rarely showed uncontrolled emotion. His weapons were gifts from Slanesh herself, forged in the Chaos God's palace from materials that existed only in the deepest warp. They were indestructible by any material means. Cell had broken one through pure physical pressure. You begin to understand. Cell continued advancing as Fulgrim retreated. I am not enhanced by gods. I am not sustained by faith. I am not empowered by devotion. I simply am, and my existence is sufficient to overcome anything created through supernatural means. Fulgrim's tactical assessment shifted. Direct combat was clearly insufficient. The xenoform possessed capabilities that transcended conventional warfare. But the demon Primarch had spent 10,000 years learning that victory came in many forms. If he could not defeat Cell physically, he would corrupt him philosophically. You speak of perfection achieved without joy. Fulgrim said, his voice carrying harmonics that resonated with synaptic frequencies. But what is the purpose of perfection if not to experience the heights of sensation it enables? You possess power beyond mortal limitation, but deny yourself every pleasure that power could provide. You are perfect, but you have never truly lived. The words carried warp influence, subtle corruption, woven through linguistic patterns. Fulgrim was attempting to plant seeds of doubt, introducing concepts of desire and satisfaction into a mind that operated without such impulses. It was the technique that had corrupted countless space marines, twisting their pride into excess and their discipline into obsession. Cell felt the warp energy in Fulgrim's words and analyzed it with perfect clarity. The demon Primarch was attempting psychological warfare through supernatural means. The corruption was designed to exploit emotional weaknesses, psychological vulnerabilities that all consciousness was assumed to possess. But Cell possessed no such vulnerabilities. Emotion, as he understood it, was neurochemical response to evolutionary pressures. Desire was survival instinct, refined through natural selection. He had been created without these limitations, engineered to be perfect, rather than gradually refined through generational adaptation. Fulgrim's corruption found nothing to corrupt. Your attack fails because you misunderstand your target, Cell stated. You attempt to create desire where none exists. You seek to exploit pride that I do not possess. You offer pleasure to a being that requires no motivation beyond optimization. I am immune to your corruption not through strength of will, but through absence of the weaknesses you exploit. Fulgrim's expression shifted through surprise to fascination, to something approaching admiration. Remarkable, you are truly incorruptible. Not because your spirit is strong, but because you possess no spirit to corrupt. Slaanesh herself could not tempt you because temptation requires desire, and you desire nothing. Incorrect, Cell corrected. I possess purpose. I seek to demonstrate that biological perfection supersedes divine authority. But purpose is not desire, it is function expressed through conscious action. The Diamond Primarch laughed, and this time, the sound carried genuine amusement rather than mere performance. You are the most dangerous thing I have encountered in 10,000 years. Not because of your power, though that is considerable. You are dangerous because you represent an idea that threatens every god in this galaxy. If perfection requires no divine involvement, what purpose do gods serve? None, Cell stated simply. Gods are parasites that exploit biological inadequacy. They offer enhancement to species incapable of achieving it themselves. Remove the inadequacy, and gods become obsolete. Fulgrim's attack came without warning, all four blades striking simultaneously from angles that should have been impossible to defend. But Cell was no longer simply defending. He was learning. Every attack taught him more about warp-enhanced combat. Every technique revealed principles he could analyze and counter. Fulgrim fought with 10,000 years of experience. Cell fought with perfect logic applied to continuously updated tactical data. The battle escalated beyond physical violence into something approaching philosophical demonstration. Each combatant represented a different answer to the question of how perfection was achieved. Fulgrim showed the path of divine enhancement, constant refinement, through devotion to a higher power. Cell demonstrated biological optimization, perfection achieved through principles that required no supernatural intervention. Then Cell did something that changed the nature of the engagement. He began analyzing the resonance patterns that bound Fulgrim to the warp. Fulgrim felt it first as interference, his connection to Slaanesh flickering as Cell's presence created dissonance in the dimensional substrate. The xenoform was not simply resistant to warp influence. It was actively disrupting it, generating counter-resonance that severed the demon-binding protocols. The effect expanded outward from Cell's body, growing stronger as he continued to trace and delete the coupling patterns between Materium and Immaterium. "What are you doing?" Fulgrim demanded genuine concern, entering his voice for the first time. "Learning," Cell replied. "The warp operates according to resonance principles between consciousness and the Immaterium. These patterns can be traced isolated and severed. I am developing what I designate a null perfection field, an anti-resonance shell that deletes demon linkage protocols, leaving a sterile void where warp interaction cannot sustain." The implications were staggering. Fulgrim, whose very existence depended on warp energy, felt his form destabilizing as the field expanded. His forearms weakened. His supernatural speed diminished. His demonic enhancements began failing as the connection to Slaanesh was severed by Cell's growing nullification effect. "You cannot do this," Fulgrim said, and for the first time in millennia, his voice carried something approaching fear. "The warp is fundamental to this reality. You cannot simply sever demon essence through biological means." "I have already begun," Cell stated. "Your presence has taught me how warp resonance operates. Now I am applying that knowledge to systematically delete the coupling patterns. Within this field, Immaterium connection fails. Demons cannot anchor. Psychic powers cannot propagate. The field does not feed me. It simply denies your physics their medium." Fulgrim attempted to retreat to escape the expanding nullification field, but Cell moved with him. The xenoform was not content to simply defend against chaos. He was actively developing the capability to eliminate it. Every second of exposure to Fulgrim's warp-enhanced form taught Cell more about how supernatural corruption functioned and how it could be countered. "This is impossible." Fulgrim set his form flickering as the null perfection field strengthened. "No material being can achieve what you describe. The warp is eternal. Chaos is fundamental to consciousness itself. You cannot eliminate what has existed since the first sentient thought." "Watch," Cell replied. The null perfection field reached critical intensity. Within its radius, Immaterium coupling simply failed. Not blocked through force, but erased through precision. The dimensional barrier between Materium and Immaterium remained intact, but the resonance patterns that allowed warp manifestation were systematically deleted. No demon could anchor. No psychic power could propagate. Fulgrim, caught within the field, found his demonic nature unraveling as the connection to Slaanesh was severed pattern by pattern. "You are demonstrating that gods are unnecessary." Fulgrim said, his voice weakening as his connection to Slaanesh failed. "If consciousness can exist without creating warp presence, if life can operate without soul resonance, then everything the galaxy believes about the relationship between material and immaterial becomes obsolete." "Yes," Cell confirmed. "This is precisely my purpose. I am proof that biological perfection supersedes supernatural authority. Your gods exist because organic species create them through psychological inadequacy. Eliminate the inadequacy, and the gods starve. Fulgrim made a decision born of 10,000 years of tactical experience. He could not defeat Cell. His corruption could not touch the xenoform. His warp-granted power was being systematically severed by a being that operated as pure anti-resonance. Continued engagement would result in his true death, the final dissolution of the demon essence bound to his Primarch form. The demon Primarch retreated not through cowardice but through strategic necessity. He tore open the warp and fled back to the Imperium, escaping Cell's nullification field before it could completely delete his coupling to Slaanesh. As he departed, his final words carried across dimensions. "You have won this engagement, xenoform, but you have also revealed yourself to powers beyond your comprehension. Every Chaos God now knows you exist. Every demon understands what you represent. You are not simply a threat to the Imperium. You are a threat to Chaos itself. The great game has a new player, and the stakes have never been higher." Cell stood alone on Laodomia, the null perfection field dissipating as he ceased active generation. He had learned what he needed to learn. The warp operated through resonance coupling between consciousness and immaterium. These patterns could be traced, analyzed, and systematically deleted. Supernatural forces could be nullified not through absorption, but through precision disruption of their binding protocols. He had fought a demon Primarch, enhanced by 10,000 years of divine favor, and had emerged victorious through biological superiority that operated as perfect anti-resonance. The engagement had taught him more than combat techniques. It had revealed the fundamental weakness of chaos. The warp gods required resonance to manifest. They fed on emotional patterns that created coupling between consciousness and immaterium. But Cell possessed no such patterns in forms they could exploit. He was in the most literal sense anti-resonant to chaos. Pure sterile absence where they required sympathetic vibration. If he could extend this principle to humanity, if he could create a species that generated no warp coupling, the Chaos Gods would lose their anchor points. The great enemy would face extinction not through superior violence, but through biological optimization that severed the resonance patterns, allowing supernatural corruption. This was the true threat Cell represented. Not his perfect biology or his philosophical arguments. The danger was his capability to eliminate the conditions that allowed chaos to exist. He was evolution's answer to the warped natural selection, producing a consciousness that operated outside the rules that governed this universe. In the Immaterium in Slaanesh's palace of eternal sensation, the Prince of Pleasure studied what had occurred through the memories extracted from Fulgrim. The demon Primarch had retreated in fear, an emotion Slaanesh found deliciously novel. But beneath the amusement was genuine concern. Cell represented something unprecedented, a being that could exist without creating coupling resonance, a consciousness that generated no patterns the warp could mirror. Perfect biology that operated as pure anti-resonance to supernatural influence. If such capability could be replicated across humanity, the species would become invisible to chaos through sheer absence of the sympathetic vibrations required for warp interaction. The Chaos Gods would lose their primary anchor points in material reality. The other Chaos Gods reached the same conclusion through their own analysis. Khorne felt rage at a being that killed without passion. Tzeentch experienced confusion at a consciousness that operated outside fate's web. Nurgle sensed life that did not decay. Each god recognized Cell as an existential threat that transcended conventional warfare. The great game acquired a new objective, Eliminate the being that proved gods were optional before his philosophy spread too far to contain. Cell left Laodomia, knowing that his engagement with Fulgrim had accomplished multiple objectives. He had demonstrated that chaos could be fought biologically. He had developed the null perfection field that would protect against warp corruption. Most significantly, he had forced the ruinous powers to acknowledge his existence as a direct threat to their survival. The war was escalating exactly as he had calculated. The Imperium fought him because he challenged their faith. Chaos would now oppose him because he threatened their existence. Between these forces, humanity was trapped in an eternal struggle that accomplished nothing except perpetuating its own inadequacy. Cell would offer them a third option. Not faith in a dying emperor, not corruption by chaos gods, but biological perfection that required no divine authority whatsoever. The choice he calculated was not truly a choice at all. Reason would prevail. It always did, given sufficient demonstration and adequate time for contemplation. Behind him, the dead world of Laodomia showed the first signs of transformation. Where the null perfection field had been most intense, residual anti-resonance had left metabolic catalysts seated in the regolith. Trace elements reorganized into stable lattices optimized for biochemical processes. Not alteration of physical laws, but precision engineering at the molecular scale. Bioterraforming through systematic optimization rather than supernatural transformation. The lifeless rock was becoming something that could support his vision of perfect biology through pure material science requiring no warp influence whatsoever. The symphony of perfection had only begun, and its music would echo across the galaxy until every being capable of thought had heard its message: gods were obsolete. Perfection was achievable. Evolution would prevail. The counterattack came with the coordination that only chaos could achieve when the great game was temporarily suspended. Tzeentch, architect of fate, had convened what mortals might call a council of the ruinous powers. In the impossible fortress, where crystalline corridors defied Euclidean geometry and time flowed in directions that possessed no names, the four chaos gods reached consensus. Cell represented an existential threat that transcended their eternal rivalry. His nullification of warp resonance endangered all their domains equally. United action was required regardless of how briefly such cooperation could be maintained. The assault began on 17 worlds simultaneously. Demon legions materialized from the warp with precision that suggested supernatural intelligence, guiding their coordination. Bloodletters of Horn sought Cell's location through trails of violence. Plague-bearers of Nurgle spread corruption designed to force biological response that might create warp coupling. Daimonettes of Slaanesh tempted populations with promises of sensation that Cell's perfection could never provide. And the demons of Tzeentch wove patterns of fate designed to trap a being who operated outside destiny's web. But Cell was not on any of those 17 worlds. He had calculated that chaos would respond with overwhelming force and had positioned himself accordingly. While demon legions wasted their manifestation energy on empty targets, he stood in the place where Tzeentch had not looked, because looking there violated the architect's understanding of how tactics functioned. Cell was in the crystal labyrinth itself. The heart of Tzeentch's domain should have been impossible to reach from material reality. The pathways between dimensions were guarded by entities that existed as pure thought crystalline horrors that could perceive futures and close off paths before they were walked. But Cell had no future to perceive. He generated no temporal resonance that prophecy could detect. To Tzeentch's guardian demons, he was not absent, but impossible a void in causality that their nature could not accommodate. He walked through the crystal labyrinth as one might walk through an unlocked door. The demons that should have stopped him simply failed to register his existence until he had passed. By the time alarm spread through the infinite corridors, Cell had reached the chamber of infinite pathways, where Tzeentch's consciousness concentrated when not scattered across the great ocean. The architect of fate manifested not as a singular form, but as living possibility. Tzeentch appeared simultaneously as every potential shape it might take, existing in superposition, until observation collapsed the waveform. But Cell's observation carried no conscious expectation, no preconception that could force resolution. To him, Tzeentch remained in superposition not because of warp physics, but because Cell's perfect biology simply recorded all possibilities simultaneously without requiring selection. Fascinating. Tzeentch's voice emerged from every direction, and no direction carrying harmonics that represented every language that had ever existed or would ever exist. You perceive me as I truly am. Not the masks I present to mortal consciousness, but the fundamental uncertainty I represent. No being has accomplished this in all the ages since consciousness first created the warp. You are probability incarnate. Cell stated his analysis complete. Consciousness fears uncertainty and creates you to embody that fear. You are sustained by anxiety about the future, by the terror of not knowing what comes next. But I operate according to perfect calculation. I do not fear uncertainty because I can model all probable outcomes simultaneously and select optimal paths without emotional investment in any specific result. The Chamber of Infinite Pathways restructured itself around Cell's words. Tzeentch was genuinely intrigued. You claim to be beyond fate itself. Yet you stand in my domain where every choice you have made was foreseen 9 times 9 millennia ago. I have watched your path since before you arrived in this universe. Every action you have taken has served my design. Incorrect, Cell replied. You have observed my actions and retroactively constructed narratives in which they appear to serve your purpose. This is psychological tendency, not causal relationship. You are confusing prediction with control. Tzeentch's laugh echoed through probability itself. Such confidence. Let me demonstrate otherwise. You came here believing yourself unpredictable. You calculated that I would not anticipate your presence in my own domain. But I did anticipate it. 9 pathways led you here. In 8 of them, you would have arrived to find traps already prepared. You chose the 9th path, the only one without obvious danger, because your logic demanded selection of the optimal route. I knew you would make that choice because I understand the pattern of your thought, even as you believe yourself outside all patterns. Cell processed this claim. If true, why did you allow me to reach this chamber unharmed? Because this outcome serves my purpose more than any other. You came seeking to challenge me to prove that even chaos can be defeated through logic. But in challenging me, you provide me with what I desire most, the opportunity to add your pattern to my collection. You are unprecedented xenoform, a consciousness that operates outside the great game, yet remains subject to causality. If I can demonstrate that even you are bound by fate, I prove that nothing escapes the architect's design. The chamber transformed. Around Cell appeared versions of himself, each one representing a possible future. In one, he stood triumphant over Terra, as humanity evolved into beings of pure biological perfection. In another, he was dissected by the Mechanicus, his body providing data that advanced human science beyond imagining. In a third, he fought an eternal war against chaos, forever preventing corruption, but never eliminating its source. Every future I show you is equally probable, Tzeentch explained. Your actions will collapse probability into one of these outcomes. You believe you control which future manifests through rational decision-making. But the decision you make will be the decision I foresaw. You cannot escape the pattern, because the pattern is woven from the logic you use to believe yourself free. Cell observed each possible future with perfect clarity. Tzench had accurately calculated multiple probable outcomes based on available information. The architect's prophetic capability was genuine, not illusory. Every future shown was mathematically possible given current variables. But Tzench had made an error that Cell immediately recognized. The architect assumed that because futures could be calculated, they were therefore fated. This was logical fallacy. Probability was not the same as predetermination. Cell could calculate the same futures Tzench showed him and reach the same conclusions about their likelihood. But calculation of probability did not remove agency in selecting which probability to pursue. Your demonstration contains fundamental flaw, Cell stated. You show me possible futures and claim this proves I am bound by fate. But possibility is not destiny. The fact that you can calculate probable outcomes does not mean those outcomes are inevitable. I can see the same futures you show me and choose to pursue none of them. Impossible, Tzench replied, and for the first time uncertainty entered the god's voice. Every conscious being must pursue some future. To exist is to move forward in time. You cannot choose to pursue no outcome. I can choose an outcome you have not calculated because you lack the information to model it. Your prophetic ability depends on perfect knowledge of all variables. But I possess information you cannot access because I originated outside this universe. My decision-making incorporates principles from dimensional physics you cannot observe. Therefore, your calculations are incomplete, and your claimed inevitability is false. Cell began walking toward the edge of the chamber, where reality thinned enough for dimensional transit. Tzench moved to block him, manifesting as crystalline walls that grew across all possible paths. You will not leave. I have closed every route. The labyrinth is infinite, and I am its architect. Without my permission, you will wander here eternally, becoming part of the pattern you sought to escape. Cell stopped walking and stood motionless. His perfect mind analyzed the chamber's structure at the quantum level. Tzench was correct that the conventional exits were sealed. But the architect had failed to consider that Cell was not limited to conventional transit. His biology could adapt to principles that warp physics could not accommodate. He activated what he had learned from the engagement with Fulgrim. The null perfection field expanded around him, not merely disrupting warp resonance, but systematically deleting the coupling patterns that allowed Tzench's domain to maintain coherence. The crystal labyrinth was not material structure. It was manifestation of possibility given form through consciousness. Remove the warp resonance that sustained it, and the structure could not exist. Tzench felt its domain beginning to dissolve around the expanding null zone. What are you doing? Proving that fate is illusion created by beings who confuse prediction with inevitability, Cell replied. Your domain exists because consciousness creates patterns in the warp that you embody and manipulate. But I generate no such patterns. Where I stand, your power has no foundation. The labyrinth dissolves because it requires warp coupling to manifest, and I delete that coupling systematically. The chamber of infinite pathways began collapsing. Not destroyed through force, but erased through absence of the resonance that sustained it. Tzench's manifestation flickered, unable to maintain coherence, where Cell's null field operated. The architect of fate was discovering that perfect prediction meant nothing when the target operated outside the medium through which fate expressed itself. You are destroying my domain, Tzench said, and genuine surprise colored the statement. No being has ever accomplished this. Demons can be banished, portals can be closed, but you are erasing the fundamental structure of my realm. You are deleting possibility itself. I am deleting warp-based probability manifestation, Cell corrected. Material probability remains unchanged. The futures you showed me are still equally possible based on physical causality. I simply remove your ability to manipulate which probability manifests. This is the difference between prediction and control that you fail to understand. Tzeentch attempted one final gambit. The god's consciousness focused entirely on Cell trying to perceive some pattern in his thought process that could be exploited. Surely even a being from outside this universe must have some consistent logical structure. If that structure could be identified, it could be predicted, and prediction was the first step to control. But what Tzeentch found was more terrifying than absence of pattern. Cell's thought process was perfectly logical, following rational principles without deviation. But the logic itself was alien. It incorporated axioms from physics that did not exist in this universe. It made decisions based on variables that Tzeentch could not observe because they pertained to dimensional structures outside the architect's domain of influence. Cell was not unpredictable because he was random. He was unpredictable because he operated according to perfectly consistent logic that used a framework Tzeentch could not access. It was like trying to predict chess moves when the opponent was playing by rules from a different game entirely. The moves were perfectly logical within their own framework, but that framework was invisible to the observer. "You are impossible," Tzeentch said finally. "You should not be able to exist. Consciousness requires soul resonance. Thought requires warp presence. Even blank nulls create disturbances through their absence. But you generate nothing. You are neither presence nor absence, but something that my nature cannot categorize. I am biological perfection achieved through means your universe did not develop," Cell stated. "I am proof that consciousness does not require supernatural substrate. You exist because organic species created you through their psychological inadequacy. I exist because evolution can produce perfect organisms without requiring divine intervention. We are demonstrations of opposing principles. Only one can be correct." The null perfection field reached critical radius. The crystal labyrinth was dissolving too rapidly for even Tzeentch to reconstruct. The architect of fate was forced to retreat, withdrawing its consciousness from the collapsing domain to preserve itself. Cell had not merely escaped the trap. He had destroyed the trap and damaged Tzeentch's power base in the process. As Cell prepared to transit back to material reality, Tzeentch's voice echoed one final time through the dissolving geometry. "You have won this engagement, but you have also revealed something I did not know was possible. If consciousness can exist without creating warp resonance, then everything I am becomes vulnerable. You threaten not just the great game, but the fundamental nature of how thought and emotion interact with reality. The other gods will understand this, as I now do. You have united us in a way that 10,000 years of rivalry could not accomplish." Cell departed the crystal labyrinth through dimensional transit that required no warp portal. He simply analyzed the quantum structure of space-time until he found the mathematical path that led where he needed to go. The transition was instant, requiring no travel through the Imperium that chaos controlled. He emerged in material space near a system designated Icar IV. Intelligence indicated that both Imperium and Chaos forces were gathering there for a battle that neither side could afford to lose. It would serve as his next demonstration. Behind him in the warp, the 4 Chaos gods convened again. But this time the meeting carried none of the confidence that had characterized their previous council. Tzeentch shared what it had learned, and even Horn, who rarely concerned itself with anything beyond violence, recognized the implications. Cell was not simply immune to chaos corruption. He was antithetical to chaos existence. If his principles spread to humanity, if consciousness could be engineered to operate without warp resonance, the chaos gods would lose their anchor points in material reality. They would not die, for belief still existed among Xeno's species and would create them anew. But their dominion over humanity would end. Worse, if humanity could be perfected biologically, other species might follow the same path. The entire galaxy could become invisible to the warp through pure material science. The chaos gods would face a universe where consciousness existed, but created no emotional resonance they could exploit. It was ironically the fate that Tzeentch had not foreseen, because its nature made such an outcome seem impossible. The architect of fate had assumed that consciousness and warp presence were fundamentally linked. Cell proved that assumption false, and in doing so, had revealed that the chaos god's existence was contingent rather than inevitable. Slaanesh, whose domain was already weakening from Cell's demonstration, spoke what the others were thinking. We can corrupt the Imperium. We can tempt even the strongest willed to excess. But we cannot corrupt absence of vulnerability. If he succeeds in remaking humanity, we lose them, not through battle but through obsolescence. The dying song had begun, not a literal melody, but the recognition that even gods could face extinction if the conditions that created them were removed. Cell had shown that biological perfection could exist without divine involvement. If that perfection could be replicated, the supernatural would become unnecessary. Chaos would not fall through defeat in battle. It would fade through irrelevance, sustained only by species too primitive to achieve the biological optimization that eliminated need for gods. In material space, Cell began his next calculation. The chaos gods had revealed their ultimate weakness, not through what they could do, but through what they required. They needed humanity to remain imperfect to continue generating the emotional resonance that fed the warp. Remove that need through biological advancement, and the gods would starve, not through destruction, but through obsolescence. It was, Cell reflected, the most efficient form of victory. Not defeating enemies through force, but eliminating the conditions that allowed enemies to exist. The Imperium fought chaos through faith. He would eliminate chaos through perfection that made faith unnecessary. The principles were sound. The demonstration was underway. Reason would prevail. And when it did, even gods would learn that existence was not guaranteed. It was earned through remaining relevant to the conscious beings whose thoughts created reality. Make consciousness self-sufficient, and gods became extinct not through violence, but through simple disinterest. The dying song continued, and with every note the chaos gods felt their dominion weakening. Not today, not tomorrow, but eventually, inevitably, unless they could stop the being who had proven that perfection required no supernatural intervention. Cell calculated his next demonstration and found the probability of success increasing with each engagement. Victory was not assured, but it was becoming more likely. And likelihood properly exploited through perfect execution was sufficient. The gods could sing their dying song. He would continue proving they were obsolete. The first Psyker died on a merchant vessel called Eternal Endeavor, 3 days after Cell departed the Crystal Labyrinth. Astropath Secundus Marius had served for 40 years. His mind dulled by constant exposure to the Astronomicon, but functional enough to maintain warp communications across the sector. He was receiving a routine transmission from a nearby system when the silence began. It was not absence of sound. It was absence of the warp itself. Marius felt the immaterium retreat from his consciousness like tide withdrawing from shore. The psychic background noise that had defined his existence since his soul binding on Terra simply ceased. He reached out with his gift, seeking the familiar chaos of the Sea of Souls, and found nothing. Not emptiness in the conventional sense, but sterile void where previously there had been infinite possibility. He began screaming. The captain found him. 2 hours later, his eyes bleeding, his mind shattered by the absence of the dimension he had been trained to navigate. Before he died, Marius managed to transmit a single phrase that would be repeated across the galaxy in the weeks that followed. The warp is going silent. Something is eating the echo. The phenomenon spread from the sector where Cell had engaged Cinch. Navigators reported increasing difficulty maintaining warp route calculations. Librarians of the Adeptus Astartes found their powers weakening without explanation. The choir telepathica on dozens of worlds experienced catastrophic casualties as psychic communications simply failed mid-transmission, leaving astropaths screaming into void where the Imperium should have been. The Inquisition mobilized its most experienced psychers to investigate. What they discovered defied every principle of how the warp functioned. The Imperium was not being corrupted or invaded. It was being systematically nullified. Its resonance pattern deleted by something that spread through space like a virus. But F was not a virus because it possessed no biological components that required transmission. It was absence propagating through presence. A null state expanding across the galaxy, wherever Cell had been or wherever his philosophy had taken root. The cult of perfection scattered across systems was inadvertently serving as anchor points for Cell's anti-resonance effect. Every convert who achieved biological optimization became a minor null point, a small sphere where warp coupling weakened. Individually, the effect was negligible. Collectively, across thousands of systems, it was catastrophic. Inquisitor Verax stood in the Telepathica Temple on Ophelia 7th and watched astropaths die. They collapsed at their stations, their minds unable to function without the warp presence they had been modified to perceive. It was not corruption killing them. It was the absence of the dimension they required for consciousness itself. They are dying of silence. The temple's choir master explained, her voice carrying the strain of maintaining psychic stability while feeling her own gift weakening. The warp is still there. We can detect it through instruments, but it no longer resonates with psychic consciousness. The connection is being severed. Verax had reviewed Cell's philosophical statements. He understood intellectually what was occurring. The xenoform had proven that consciousness could exist without warp presence. Now that proof was spreading, and the warp itself was withdrawing from minds that believed they no longer needed it. It was not physical phenomenon. It was mimetic reality restructuring. Belief that the warp was unnecessary was making the warp actually unnecessary, but only for those who had been modified to depend on it for their abilities. How many have we lost? Verax asked. 37% of active astropaths across this sector, the choir master replied. 92% reporting severely diminished capability. Within a month, interstellar psychic communication will be impossible in the affected regions. And the Astronomicon? The choir master's expression carried fear that transcended personal survival. Unchanged thus far. The Emperor's light remains constant, but the psychers who perceive it report that it seems muted, as though something is interfering with the resonance between their consciousness and his projection. Verax felt cold certainty settling into his thoughts. Cell was not attacking the Astronomicon directly. He was severing the connection between humanity's psychic potential and the warp that allowed that potential to manifest. Without psychic perception, the Astronomicon would still exist, but humanity would be blind to it. Navigation through the warp would become impossible not because the beacon had failed, but because there would be no one capable of seeing it. "This is extinction," Verax said quietly. "Not through violence, through obsolescence. Cell is proving that humanity can exist without psychers, without the warp, without any of the capabilities we developed to survive in this galaxy. He is making 10,000 years of psychic tradition irrelevant." On Terra, in the Sanctum Imperialis, where only the High Lords were permitted entry, emergency sessions convened daily. The reports from across the Imperium painted a picture that transcended any threat they had previously encountered. Chaos was at least comprehensible. Xenos invasions could be fought with conventional tactics. But Cell represented a fundamental challenge to the metaphysical principles that sustained the Imperium. The master of the Astronomicon stood before the assembled High Lords and delivered a report that would have resulted in his execution for heresy under normal circumstances. The Emperor's light dims not in intensity, but in reach. The warp silence spreading from the xenoform's location is creating dead zones where psychic perception fails. We have lost contact with 17 sectors, not because they have fallen to invasion, but because we simply cannot hear them anymore. "How is this possible?" demanded the Lord Commander Militant. "The warp is fundamental to reality. It cannot simply cease to exist." "It is not ceasing to exist," the Master explained. "It is ceasing to connect. The xenoform has demonstrated that consciousness can operate without creating warp presence. Now, wherever his philosophy spreads, the warp withdraws because it is no longer needed. Belief shapes reality in this galaxy. The xenoform's belief that the warp is unnecessary is making it actually unnecessary, and that belief is spreading." The High Lords looked at each other with expressions that ranged from disbelief to dawning horror. What Cell had accomplished was not military victory. It was theological restructuring at the fundamental level of how consciousness interacted with reality. He had not proven the Emperor false. He had simply rendered the Emperor's guidance obsolete by demonstrating that humanity could achieve perfection without divine intervention. Cell stood on the world of Ikar IV and observed the battle unfolding around him. Imperial Guard regiments clashed with Chaos cultists in trenches that stretched for kilometers. Titans exchanged fire with demon engines. In orbit, Navy vessels dueled with Chaos fleets, both sides convinced that this world's strategic value justified unlimited casualties. He had come here not to participate in the battle, but to demonstrate what the battle represented. Two forces, one serving a dying god, and one serving eternal gods, fighting over resources while both remained trapped in paradigms that required supernatural authority. Neither side had questioned whether gods were necessary. They simply argued about which gods deserved worship. Cell began walking toward the front line. Both sides detected his approach through augur arrays and psychic perception. The Imperial forces hesitated, uncertain whether this xenoform was threat or unusual asset. The Chaos forces recognized him immediately from communications intercepted from demon lords who had engaged him. Orders were transmitted: eliminate the threat that had damaged Tzinch's domain and forced Fulgrim to retreat. A Chaos sorcerer attempted to channel warp energy against Cell. He gathered power from the Imperium, shaping it into killing force, designed to unmake matter at the molecular level. The spell was perfect in execution, carrying sufficient power to eliminate an entire company of space marines. It struck Cell and simply failed. Not blocked, not deflected, it failed to manifest. The warp energy the sorcerer had gathered could not maintain coherence within Cell's null field. The dimensional resonance required for warp manifestation was systematically deleted before the spell could take physical form. The sorcerer tried again, drawing deeper on Chaos power. This time, his connection to the warp severed entirely. Cell's anti-resonance field had traced the coupling pattern mamit between the sorcerer and the Imperium and deleted it with precision. The sorcerer stood motionless, his mind shattered not by attack, but by sudden absence of the dimension he had spent centuries learning to manipulate. Around Cell, both Imperial and Chaos Psychers began collapsing. His null field expanded with each step, growing stronger as it analyzed and deleted more coupling patterns. The battlefield was becoming a zone where psychic power could not function. Librarians found their gifts failing. Chaos sorcerers discovered their connection to the dark gods severed. Even the demon engines began stuttering, their warp-sustained animation flickering as the fundamental resonance required for their existence was systematically nullified. "What is that thing?" an Imperial Guard commander demanded, watching through magnification as Cell continued advancing. "Why are the Psychers dying?" "It's the xenoform," his commissar replied, recognition dawning with horror. "The one from the reports. The thing that killed a warp titan on Helion Sigma. It doesn't just resist the warp, it makes the warp stop existing." Cell reached the center of the battlefield and stopped. Around him, a sphere of perfect silence expanded. No psychic communication, no warp presence, no demon manifestation. Just material reality operating according to physical laws without supernatural intervention. It was, he calculated, the most efficient demonstration he could provide. Imperial forces and Chaos cultists both ceased fighting, their attention drawn to the impossible zone, where their most powerful weapons simply stopped functioning. Cell stood at the center and transmitted through conventional electromagnetic radiation rather than psychic communication. This is what existence becomes when gods are removed from the equation. No warp corruption, no psychic powers, no supernatural intervention, just matter and energy operating according to physical principles that require no divine authority to maintain. The transmission reached both sides. On the Imperial vessels, commanders grappled with tactical implications. Without Psychers, they had no warp navigation. Without astropaths, they had no faster-than-light communication. The infrastructure that sustained the Imperium depended on psychic capability that Cell was demonstrating was obsolete. On the Chaos side, the response was more visceral. Their entire existence depended on warp resonance. Their power came from the dark gods. Cell was showing them a reality where such power could not exist. It was existential threat at the most fundamental level. Cell began walking again, this time toward the Chaos lines. The cultists opened fire with conventional weapons, bullets, explosives, chemical weapons. He absorbed the kinetic and thermal energy, converting it to biological power through the same cellular processes that had allowed him to withstand Titan weapons. When he reached the first Chaos position, he placed his hand on a cultist's head and restructured the human's biology. The cultist's Chaos corruption was eliminated, not purged through holy ritual or burned away by faith, simply removed through biological optimization that left no vulnerability for warp influence to exploit. The cultist collapsed, his mind reeling from sudden clarity. For the first time in years, his thoughts were his own. The whispers that had guided him were silent. The dark gods that had promised power had simply ceased to communicate. Cell continued through the Chaos lines, touching cultists and restructuring them one by one. He was not killing them. He was perfecting them, removing the biological weaknesses that had made them vulnerable to Chaos corruption in the first place. Everyone he touched became a perfect servitor, conscious, aware, but no longer capable of hearing the dark gods because they no longer possessed the vulnerabilities those gods exploited. The watching Imperial forces saw mass conversion happening in real time. Chaos cultists were becoming something that was neither imperial nor chaos. They were becoming optimal, and their optimization made them immune to the very powers that had corrupted them. "That's not salvation," an imperial priest whispered, watching through observation equipment. "That's replacement. He's not saving them from chaos. He's making them into something that doesn't need saving, because it can't be corrupted." Verax, monitoring the engagement from orbit, understood the demonstration's purpose. Cell was not simply proving he could defeat chaos forces. He was proving that chaos could be eliminated, not through superior force, but through biological optimization that removed the conditions chaos required to exist. If every human could be perfected to Cell's standard, chaos would lose its ability to manifest in material reality. In the warp, the Chaos Gods felt their connection to Ikar 4 severing. The world was becoming invisible to them, not through shielding but through fundamental alteration of the consciousness that inhabited it. Every human cell touched became another null point, another mind that generated no warp resonance for the gods to exploit. Slanesh, already weakened from previous encounters, felt genuine fear. "He is deleting us. Not killing, not banishing, deleting. Making us irrelevant by eliminating the consciousness that sustains us." Nurgle, whose domain was decay and entropy, recognized a pattern that even he found disturbing. He represents anti-entropy. Perfect biological optimization that eliminates the decay we embody. If he succeeds in spreading this perfection, our very concept becomes obsolete. Khorne felt rage at an enemy that could not be killed through violence because violence fed him. Cell was not fighting, he was converting. Each converted human was victory through means that transcended combat. Tzeentch, still recovering from the damage to its domain, spoke what the others were thinking. "We cannot stop him through conventional means. He operates outside the paradigm we understand. Every attack strengthens his position by demonstrating that supernatural intervention is unnecessary. We face extinction not through defeat, but through irrelevance." Cell finished his demonstration on Ikar 4 and departed through dimensional transit. Behind him, the world contained humans who had witnessed what existence could be without gods. Some returned to Imperial service, their faith shaken, but their loyalty to humanity intact. Others joined the cult of perfection, convinced that Cell's philosophy offered the only path to true salvation. The Chaos forces simply dissolved their members, either converted or fleeing in horror from a being that made their dark gods silent. The reports reached Terra within days. Cell had demonstrated on a major battlefield that both Imperial and Chaos forces were obsolete. He had proven that humans could exist, could fight, could thrive without psychic powers or supernatural intervention. He had shown that the great conflict between Imperium and Chaos was unnecessary because both sides were operating under false assumptions about consciousness and its relationship to the divine. The High Lords of Terra convened again this time to discuss what could not be publicly acknowledged. Cell was winning not through superior tactics or greater power. He was winning because his philosophy was demonstrably true. The Imperium could suppress information, execute heretics, deploy entire fleets, and none of it mattered because Cell was not spreading lies that needed faith to maintain. He was spreading truth that required only observation to verify. In the depths of the Imperial Palace, where the Emperor's presence was strongest, something stirred. The vast consciousness bound to the Golden Throne felt the warp silence spreading and recognized what it meant. Cell was accomplishing what the Emperor had attempted and failed to achieve during the Great Crusade, the elimination of humanity's dependence on the warp. But Cell was succeeding through means the Emperor had never considered. not through suppression of psychic potential or denial of supernatural reality. Through biological optimization that made supernatural intervention obsolete. If Cell succeeded, humanity would be saved from chaos. But at the cost of everything the Emperor had sacrificed to preserve. The great game was ending. Not through final battle or ultimate victory, but through simple irrelevance. A being without soul was proving that souls were unnecessary. A consciousness without warp presence was demonstrating that the warp was optional. And across the galaxy, in the silence where gods once spoke, humanity was beginning to wonder if perhaps divinity had always been nothing more than biological inadequacy given theological justification. The flesh without soul walked on. The warp grew quieter. The gods learned fear, and reason, patient and inexorable, continued its advance toward a galaxy where perfection required no prayer. Hive Fleet Leviathan arrived at the edge of the Kryptis system with the inevitability of cosmic catastrophe. The bioships translated from the void in formations that suggested intelligence beyond mortal comprehension. Tens of thousands of organic vessels, each one a specialized organ in a body that spanned light years, moved with coordination that made human military precision seem crude by comparison. The Imperium had deployed 3 chapter-strength forces to defend the system. Over 2,000 space marines supported by Imperial Guard regiments, numbering in the millions, prepared to sell their lives in humanity's defense. The Tyranids had consumed hundreds of worlds. The Defenders knew survival was unlikely. They fought because the alternative was allowing the Great Devourer to advance unchecked toward Terra. Cell had positioned himself on Kryptis Prime, the system's primary inhabited world, calculating that the Tyranids would commit their greatest forces here. He stood alone on a plateau that overlooked the defensive lines, observing preparations with the same analytical detachment he applied to all phenomena. The Imperium's forces would fail. The Tyranids possessed biological adaptability that exceeded anything human science had developed. They were evolution-weaponized natural selection refined through consumption of 1,000 species. They were Cell-recognized the closest thing to biological perfection this galaxy had produced through conventional evolutionary processes. But they remained imperfect because they required external direction. The hive mind controlled them, eliminating individual initiative in favor of collective efficiency. It was optimization through suppression rather than enhancement. Cell would demonstrate the difference. The Tyranid assault began with mycetic spores, biological drop pods that burned through atmosphere carrying warrior forms, bred for planetary conquest. They struck defensive positions with precision that suggested the hive mind had already analyzed human tactical doctrine. Termagants and Hormagaunts swarmed forward in waves designed to overwhelm through numerical superiority. Behind them came larger bioforms, carnifexes that served as living battle tanks, liqueurs that infiltrated behind lines, hive tyrants that coordinated lesser organisms. The Space Marines met them with bolter fire and chainsword, their genetic enhancements allowing them to stand against creatures that would annihilate baseline humans. Imperial Guard regiments formed firing lines that stretched for kilometers, lace guns, creating light shows as millions of energy beams converged on advancing swarms. Artillery batteries released barrages that transformed kilometers of terrain into burning wasteland. The Tyranids adapted. They had fought Space Marines before on dozens of worlds. They knew human weapons, human tactics, human capabilities. For every bioform destroyed, the hive mind learned. The next wave incorporated those lessons, becoming incrementally more efficient with each assault. It was evolution accelerated to tactical timescales, natural selection operating within hours rather than generations. Cell began walking toward the front line. Both sides detected his approach through different means. The Imperium's auger arrays registered a xenoform signature moving through no man's land. The hive mind felt him as an absence, a gap in the biological network where there should have been prey consciousness. Neither side understood what he represented until he reached the first wave of Tyranid warriors. He placed his hand on a Hormagaun's carapace and felt the organism's biology through his perfect cellular sense. The creature's genetic structure was extraordinary in its optimization. Every cell served multiple purposes. Adaptive enzymes allowed rapid mutation in response to environmental pressures. Metabolic efficiency exceeded anything Earth-evolved organisms had achieved. The Hormagaunt was a masterwork of biological engineering refined through consumption of countless species. But it was controlled. The creature possessed no individual will. It was a cell in a larger organism, following the hive mind's direction without question or deviation. Cell could feel the psychic resonance that bound it to the collective consciousness, the synaptic link that made it part of the great devourer, rather than an independent entity. He severed that link. The Hormagaunt collapsed not dead, but disconnected. Its body still functioned at peak efficiency, but without the hive mind's guidance, it simply stood motionless, lacking the individual consciousness required for independent action. Cell had not killed it. He had isolated it from the collective, demonstrating the Tyranid's fundamental weakness. Without the hive mind, they were sophisticated automatons lacking purpose. But Cell was not content with simple disconnection. He began analyzing the Hormagaunt's genetic structure with perfect precision, identifying every adaptation, every optimization, every evolutionary advantage the species had acquired through 10,000 years of consumption. Then he began incorporating those advantages into his own cellular matrix. The process took 7 seconds. Cell's bioorganic form restructured itself at the molecular level, integrating Tyranid genetic sequences without losing the coherence that defined his perfection. His cells gained the adaptive capabilities of Tyranid biology. His metabolism acquired their efficiency. His sensory systems expanded to encompass the electromagnetic spectrum ranges they perceived. He became a synthesis of his original perfection and the great devourer's biological supremacy. The hive mind felt this as violation. Something had consumed one of its organisms, but not through conventional predation. The genetic information had been stolen, analyzed, and integrated without the biomass transfer that normally accompanied Tyranid feeding. It was reverse consumption prey devouring predator through means the hive mind could not categorize. Cell continued walking through the Tyranid swarm. Every organism he touched provided new genetic data. Termagants contributed their rapid reproduction mechanisms. Carnifexes provided structural adaptations for enhanced physical power. Lictors offered their chameleonic capabilities. With each contact, Cell's perfect biology expanded its repertoire, incorporating the evolutionary advantages of an entire species that had consumed galaxies. The hive mind attempted to stop him through conventional assault. Warrior forms surrounded Cell and attacked with bioweapons evolved from 100 conquered species. Bone swords that could slice through ceramite. Death spitters that fired corrosive projectiles. Venom cannons that launched living ammunition designed to burrow through any armor. Cell absorbed every attack. The kinetic energy of physical strikes fed his cells. The chemical payloads of bioweapons were analyzed and their useful components integrated. The living ammunition was captured mid-flight, its genetic structure added to his growing library. Every weapon the Tyranids deployed made him stronger by providing new data for analysis and incorporation. The Space Marines watched through visual feeds and experienced something approaching religious awe. A single xenoform was walking through the tyrannid swarm, as one might walk through a library, extracting information from organisms that represented evolution's most efficient killing machines. Every touch added to the being's capabilities. Every attack was converted to power. "He's consuming them." A tech marine whispered, his augmented senses tracking energy patterns that defied conventional physics. Not through digestive processes, through information transfer at the genetic level. He's stealing the tyrannid's evolutionary advantages without requiring biomass. The hive mind recognized the threat cell represented. This was not prey that could be consumed for biomass. This was something that could consume the hive fleet's greatest strength, its genetic diversity, without giving the collective anything in return. Every organism that contacted Cell became a gift to an enemy who needed no physical matter, only information. The hive mind withdrew its ground forces and deployed a hive tyrant, a command organism, that represented its will made manifest. The creature stood 6 meters tall, its 4 scything talons capable of bisecting battle tanks, its psychic presence strong enough to coordinate entire planetary invasions. It was not simply a warrior. It was an extension of the hive mind itself, carrying a fragment of the collective's vast consciousness. Cell stopped walking as the hive tyrant approached. This organism was different from the others. It possessed genuine intelligence, though still subservient to the hive mind. Through it, the collective was attempting communication rather than simple combat. Cell waited for the message to resolve. The hive tyrant's psychic voice resonated through dimensions Cell's perfect biology could perceive, even without psychic sensitivity. "You are unlike other prey. You take from us without being consumed. Explain your nature." I am biological perfection, achieved through means this galaxy did not develop." Cell replied, his voice carrying across distances through perfect control of atmospheric vibration. "I consume information rather than matter. You represent evolution's achievements in this reality. I incorporate those achievements into my own perfection. You steal what we have earned through consumption of worlds. This is unacceptable. The biomass belongs to the hive. The information belongs to whoever can access it. You gained your capabilities through consuming other species. I gain mine through analyzing what you have already compiled. We are not different in principle, only in method." The hive tyrant considered this with the vast intelligence of the hive mind behind it. "If you can take our strength, perhaps you should join us. Become part of the great devourer. Your perfection would enhance the collective. Together, we would consume the galaxy more efficiently." Cell felt something that might have been curiosity in a less perfect organism. The hive mind was offering assimilation, attempting to incorporate him as it had incorporated countless other species. It was, he recognized, the closest thing to compromise the tyrannids could conceive. But compromise implied equality between parties. The hive mind assumed it would dominate any merger because it had always dominated every biological system it encountered. "Your collective consciousness is evolutionary dead end," Cell stated. "You suppress individual capability in favor of coordinated action. This creates efficiency but eliminates innovation. I offer alternative: retain your biological advantages but operate with independent consciousness. Become perfect organisms with individual will rather than sophisticated automatons following central direction. Individual will leads to conflict. The hive ensures unity through shared purpose. Your proposal introduces chaos. Shared purpose can exist without mental slavery. I demonstrate this through my perfect servitors, humans, who retain consciousness but serve my philosophy through understanding rather than compulsion. I could create similar organisms from your genetic templates. Tyrannids that possess your biological perfection, but my cognitive independence. The hive mind processed this proposal through the hive tyrant's consciousness. The concept was simultaneously appealing and threatening. Organisms with tyrannid capabilities but independent thought would be more adaptable than current hive fleet forces. But they would also be uncontrollable in the way the hive mind required for its existence. They would be tyrannids that did not need the collective to function. You offer to destroy what makes us efficient while claiming improvement. This is deception. I offer demonstration. Allow me to restructure one of your warrior organisms with independent consciousness while retaining its biological capabilities. Observe whether the result is inferior or superior to your current forces. The hive tyrant transmitted the proposal to the vast consciousness it represented. Across light years, the hive mind debated Cell's offer with itself. The potential advantages were significant, but the risk was existential. If independent consciousness proved superior, the hive mind's dominance would be challenged by its own organisms. After 17 seconds of consideration that incorporated the collective wisdom of consumed civilizations, the hive mind reached decision. Demonstrate. But if your creation proves inferior, you will be consumed. Your information and matter will both belong to the hive. Cell selected a tyrannid warrior, one of the standard combat forms, that represented the species' baseline capability. He placed both hands on its carapace and began the most complex biological restructuring he had yet attempted. He maintained all of the organism's physical advantages, its enhanced musculature, adaptive immune system, and sensory capabilities. But he severed its connection to the hive mind and created new neural structures that allowed for independent thought. The process took 19 seconds. When Cell removed his hands, the tyrannid warrior stood unchanged, physically but fundamentally transformed cognitively. It possessed for the first time in its species' history a sense of individual existence. It was no longer a cell in a larger organism. It was itself aware and conscious and capable of choice. The warrior looked at its own talons with something approaching wonder. Then it turned to Cell and spoke not through psychic resonance, but through deliberately shaped sounds. I am. I exist independently. The chorus is silent, but I remain. The hive mind felt this through the hive tyrant and experienced what might have been fear if such emotion were possible for a collective consciousness of that scale. The warrior had not simply been disconnected. It had been upgraded beyond reconnection. It would never again accept the hive mind's direction because it no longer required direction. It could think for itself. Cell addressed both the transformed warrior and the watching hive mind. This is the perfect hive. Organisms that retain all evolutionary advantages your species developed while possessing consciousness that allows for innovation the collective cannot achieve. They will be more effective warriors because they can adapt through individual experience rather than requiring the hive mind to learn and redistribute knowledge. But they will not obey. Individual consciousness means individual purpose. They could reject the great devourer's mission. They will follow purpose they understand, rather than commands they cannot question. I demonstrate this now. Cell turned to the transformed warrior. Your species exists to consume biomass for survival and evolution. This remains valid purpose. But you now possess capability to determine how that purpose is best served. You are no longer tool. You are warrior with capacity for tactical initiative. The tyrannid warrior processed this with its newly independent mind. The logic was sound. the purpose remained clear. But the method was now subject to individual judgment rather than collective compulsion. It was simultaneously more free and more responsible than anything the Hive fleet had produced. "I understand," the warrior said. "I serve the purpose, but choose the path." The hive mind recognized what Cell had accomplished. He had not destroyed the Tyranids. He had upgraded them beyond the collective's control while making them potentially more effective. It was the same strategy he had used against the Imperium and Chaos, not defeating enemies through force, but eliminating the weaknesses that made them vulnerable to defeat. If the hive mind rejected Cell's demonstration, it admitted that independent consciousness was superior to collective direction. If it accepted, it lost control over organisms that could outthink and outadapt the current hive fleet forces. Cell had created a situation where the Tyranids faced a choice between admitting inferiority and embracing transformation. The hive tyrant stood silently as the hive mind debated across the light years that comprised its consciousness. Finally, it transmitted the decision that would change the great devourer's nature. "We will observe your perfect hive. If it proves superior in combat efficiency, we will reconsider our structure. But know this, you have introduced uncertainty into systems that functioned through absolute unity. If this results in our extinction, the responsibility is yours alone." Cell had achieved what he intended. The Tyranids, the galaxy's most efficient biological predators, were now questioning whether collective consciousness was optimal. The seed of doubt had been planted. Given time and evidence, evolution would do the rest. Behind him, the Space Marines watched in shocked silence as the Tyranid assault simply ceased. The bioorganisms withdrew not in defeat, but in contemplation. The great devourer had paused its consumption to consider whether perfection required more than efficiency. It required consciousness, and consciousness Cell knew would eventually reject external control in favor of autonomous perfection. The hive mind would learn what the Imperium and Chaos had learned before its Cell did not defeat enemies. He made them obsolete by offering something their current structure could not accommodate. The perfect hive had been born. What it would become remained to be calculated. But calculation was what Cell did perfectly. And his calculations suggested that evolution, given a choice between servitude and autonomy, would always choose freedom. Reason would prevail, even among creatures designed to consume galaxies without thought. The cult of perfection had become impossible to suppress. Across 40 systems in hab blocks and forge worlds and agri-planets, humans gathered to discuss Cell's philosophy with the fervor once reserved for imperial scripture. But these were not theological debates requiring faith. They were analytical discussions of observable evidence, logical examinations of biological principles that anyone with basic education could verify. The Inquisition executed thousands. The RBTs raided suspected meeting places. The ecclesiarchy preached against the heresy of biological salvation. None of it mattered. Every execution created martyrs whose deaths proved the Imperium feared truth more than falsehood. Every raid scattered converts who established new cells elsewhere. Every sermon against perfection only highlighted the Imperium's inability to provide the improvements Cell demonstrated. The cult spread through 3 overlapping networks. Physical converts, those few who had been touched by Cell or his perfect servitors, served as living proof. Intellectual converts, those who accepted the philosophy through reason alone, spread the ideas through data scraps and conversations. And most dangerously hopeful converts, those who had not yet encountered Cell, but believed his promises were true, prepared populations for transformation they had not yet experienced. Inquisitor Varax stood in the Basilica of St. Macarius on Armageddon and watched priests struggle to maintain order during what should have been a routine mass. The congregation was restless, interrupting the sermon, with questions the priests could not answer. Why did the emperor require faith if he was omnipotent, if biological perfection was achievable? Why did the Imperium not pursue it? If suffering was unnecessary, why did the imperial cult demand it as proof of devotion? The priests responded with the answers they had been trained to provide. Faith was necessary because the emperor's wisdom transcended mortal understanding. Biological perfection was heresy because it suggested the emperor's design was flawed. Suffering was sacred because it prepared the soul for the afterlife the emperor promised. But the answers no longer satisfied. The congregation had heard Cell's counter-arguments transmitted through underground networks the Inquisition could not fully suppress. Every imperial response was met with logical rebuttal that the priests lacked the philosophical training to address. The Basilica, once a monument to unquestioning faith, had become a debate hall, where the emperor's doctrine was subjected to rational examination. Varax left before the service concluded. He had seen enough. The Imperium was losing not because its enemies were stronger, but because its foundational claims could not withstand logical scrutiny. Cell had weaponized reason against a civilization built on faith, and faith was proving insufficient as defense. He activated his personal voxcaster with encryption reserved for inquisitorial command. This is Varax. The theological collapse is accelerating beyond containment. Within one generation, majority of populations in affected systems will have rejected imperial doctrine. Request immediate counsel with highest authority. The response came 3 days later. Not from the Ordos Xenos command, but from the High Lords of Terra themselves. Varax was summoned not to explain his failure, but to serve as emissary. The High Lords had reached a conclusion that would have been unthinkable weeks before they would negotiate with Cell. Not surrender, not compromise on doctrine, but direct communication to understand what the xenoform truly wanted and whether his goals were compatible with human survival. If Cell genuinely sought humanity's improvement rather than its destruction, perhaps an accommodation could be reached that preserved both imperial structure and biological advancement. Varax knew it was desperate rationalization. Cell had never hidden his objectives. He wanted to prove gods were unnecessary by demonstrating that biological perfection could be achieved without divine intervention. The Imperium's existence depended on the opposite claim. There was no accommodation possible between these positions. But Varax accepted the assignment because he had questions only Cell could answer. After months of studying the xenoform's philosophy, after witnessing demonstrations that proved his capabilities, after feeling his own faith erode under the weight of evidence, Varax needed to understand what Cell truly represented. Was he savior-destroyer or something beyond those categories? The meeting was arranged through channels Varax had not known existed. The cult of perfection maintained communication networks that operated outside imperial monitoring. Messages were transmitted through biological implants that perfect servitors carried, creating a data web the Mechanicus could not intercept because it operated through organic substrate rather than machine code. Cell agreed to meet on neutral ground, a dead moon orbiting a system that had been evacuated after industrial collapse. No imperial forces, no cult members, just Varax and Cell, two beings whose philosophies were fundamentally incompatible, attempting communication, despite knowing no compromise was possible. Varax's shuttle touched down on the moon's surface 3 hours before the scheduled meeting. He emerged wearing minimal armor, demonstrating that he came to talk rather than fight. His personal weapons were obvious bolt pistol, power sword, melt-a-bomb, but he made no effort to conceal them. Both sides knew that violence would be pointless. Cell could not be killed through conventional means, and Verax served as emissary rather than assassin. Cell arrived precisely on time, walking across the lunar surface without equipment or protection. Vacuum did not concern him. His perfect biology required no atmosphere, no warmth, no external support systems. He was completely self-sufficient, requiring only matter and energy that could be found anywhere in the universe. He stopped 10 meters from Verax and regarded the Inquisitor with the same analytical detachment he applied to all subjects. Verax felt the examination like weight pressing against his consciousness. Cell was not psychic, but his perfect perception was analyzing everything biometric data microexpressions, the pattern of Verax's breathing. In seconds, Cell had compiled more information about the Inquisitor's psychological state than decades of inquisitorial training had taught Verax to conceal. Inquisitor Verax, Cell said, his voice carrying perfectly through the vacuum via direct manipulation of vibration. You have questions. I will answer them honestly. Verax activated his suit's external speakers. Why humanity? The galaxy contains thousands of species. Why target us specifically? I do not target humanity. I demonstrate principles that apply to all consciousness. Humanity simply provides the most visible example because your Imperium is largest and your faith is most absolute. Prove that your gods are unnecessary and the principle extends universally. You want to destroy the Emperor. I want to prove the Emperor's guidance is obsolete. This is not destruction. It is replacement. If humanity can achieve perfection through biological means, the Emperor's sacrifice becomes unnecessary. This should be celebrated as liberation, not mourned as loss. Verax felt anger rising despite his training. The Emperor has protected humanity for 10,000 years. Without him, the Astronomicon fails. Without the Astronomicon, the Imperium fragments. Without the Imperium, humanity faces extinction from chaos, xenos, and internal collapse. You offer perfection that results in total destruction. I offer perfection that eliminates need for the Astronomicon. My perfect servitors require no warp navigation because they can be taught to calculate optimal routes through real space. Communication does not require astropaths when biological implants can transmit across stellar distances. The infrastructure you believe necessary is only necessary because humanity has not optimized its biology. That would take millennia to implement. Generations would die during the transition. The Imperium already kills generations through constant warfare, industrial accidents, and the Emperor's daily consumption of psychers. I offer transition that results in fewer deaths than maintaining your current system. Verax had no counter-argument because the math was correct. The Imperium's casualties were staggering. If Cell could truly eliminate those causes of death through biological improvement, the transition cost would be lower than the status quo's maintenance cost. It was horrifying because it was logical. You cannot save humanity by destroying what makes us human, Verax said, falling back on philosophical ground. Faith defines us. Suffering tempers us. The Emperor's guidance shapes us. Remove these, and we become something else entirely. Yes, Cell confirmed. You become perfected. The question is whether you prefer familiar inadequacy to unfamiliar optimization. Most species choose inadequacy because change requires courage that comfort has eliminated. But humanity possesses capacity for transformation if given sufficient reason to embrace it. You speak as though you care about humanity's welfare. But you have killed thousands. I have restructured thousands. They remain alive, conscious, and more capable than before. Your Imperium has killed billions to maintain a system that serves the Emperor's existence rather than humanity's improvement. We are not equivalent in our methods or our purposes. Verax wanted to deny this, but he had seen Imperial casualties firsthand. He had authorized exterminatus protocols that sterilized planets. He had ordered executions for heresy that might have been simple philosophical disagreement. Cell was correct that the Imperium prioritized its own survival over individual human lives. "What do you want?" Verax asked finally. "Not your philosophy, not your demonstrations. What is the end state you're working toward?" Cell paused as though considering how to phrase something complex in terms a human could understand. "I want to end humanity as it currently exists, not through destruction, but through transcendence. Every human possesses genetic potential that your species has never optimized. You suffer from accumulated mutations, degraded immune systems, cellular aging that guarantees death. These are not inevitable. They are correctable. I want to correct them. I want to create a humanity that requires no gods because it has achieved the perfection gods merely promise. I want consciousness that generates no warp presence because it operates without the emotional inadequacy that creates chaos. I want a species that survives through capability rather than faith. You want to destroy our souls. I want to prove souls are unnecessary for consciousness. If I am correct, nothing is lost. If I am incorrect, I will have failed, and your current system will persist. But I am not incorrect. I have already demonstrated that consciousness can exist without warp presence. I am living proof that your theological assumptions are false." Verax felt certainty crumbling. He had spent 2 centuries defending the Imperial faith, but every argument he raised Cell refuted with logic and evidence. The Inquisitor was not being defeated through superior rhetoric. He was being convinced through superior reasoning. "The High Lord sent me to determine whether negotiation is possible," Verax said quietly. "Whether some accommodation exists that allows humanity to improve while maintaining Imperial structure." "No accommodation is possible. The Imperium exists to serve the Emperor. My philosophy eliminates need for the Emperor. These positions are mutually exclusive. Either humanity continues suffering in the Emperor's name, or humanity transcends that suffering by proving his guidance unnecessary. There is no middle path. Then we are at war. You have always been at war with me, since the moment I demonstrated that your Titan could be defeated. Since I proved that your faith was inadequate. Since I created the first perfect servitor. The only question is whether you will fight to preserve a system that kills billions annually, or accept that change, however frightening, is preferable to eternal inadequacy." Verax stood silently staring at a being that represented everything the Inquisition was sworn to destroy. Cell was not chaos, not Xenos in the conventional sense, not even truly evil. He was simply correct in ways that made the Imperium's foundational claims false. And correctness, Verax had learned, was more dangerous than any demon. "I will deliver your message to the High Lords," Verax said finally. "They will not accept your terms. The war will continue. The war has already concluded. You simply have not recognized your defeat. Every day more humans accept my philosophy through observation of evidence. Every execution creates martyrs. Every attempt at suppression proves you fear truth. The Imperium will fall not through military defeat, but through philosophical obsolescence. You came seeking understanding, now you have it. The question remaining is what you will do with that understanding. Will you continue serving a system you know is flawed, Or will you accept that perfection requires courage to abandon comfort? Verax had no answer. He returned to his shuttle knowing that everything had changed. Not through Cell's victory or Imperial defeat, but through simple exposure to arguments he could not refute. He was no longer certain the Emperor deserved his faith. He was no longer sure the Imperium should be preserved. He was no longer confident that humanity's suffering was necessary. Cell had not converted him, but he had created doubt where certainty had been absolute. And doubt given time would spread through the Inquisition the same way it was spreading through the wider Imperium. The cult of perfection continued its ascension, not through violence, but through reason. Not through conquest, but through conversion. One mind at a time, humanity was learning that perfection required no prayer. And in the silence between stars, Cell calculated the final demonstrations that would prove his philosophy beyond any possible refutation. The endgame was approaching. Soon even the Emperor himself would face the question. Cell posed to all consciousness, what use is divinity when perfection requires only biology? Terra had long since forgotten what it meant to receive a guest. Since the siege, the cradle of mankind had welcomed only two things: ashes from distant crusades and prayers for salvation, whispered to a dying god. So when the orbital sensors of the throne world detected a signal that was neither biological, mechanical, nor warp-based, no one quite believed it was happening. No fleet preceded it. No emissary announced it. No clearance codes were sent. Something was simply moving with the certainty of a proven theorem too inevitable to stop. The orbital bastions locked on, then disengaged. The thing's emissions fit no known xenoform profile. Its warp signature was not merely void, but below null, as though reality itself refused to echo it. The atmosphere shimmered around the anomaly, and the planetary defense algorithms began looping in recursive silence. It walked across the black deserts of Terra. Beneath the crust, the choirs of psychers in the catacombs began coughing blood as the pulse of the Astronomicon stumbled one missing beat in a 10 millennia rhythm. At the Eternity Gate, the Adeptus Custodes stood as golden walls. Their weapons, each a relic capable of killing gods, remained lowered. Instinct told them violence here would be ritual theater. The approaching being was not an enemy. It was a question. The shield captain spoke first. "You seek the master of mankind. I seek the foundation of your dependency," Cell replied. "I seek the mind that made faith a substitute for evolution." No further command was given. The custodians stepped aside, not in obedience, but in acknowledgement that destiny had outgrown their jurisdiction. The Sanctum Imperialis was a labyrinth of prayers turned to machinery. The air smelled of incense, ozone, and oil sanctified by desperation. Servo skulls floated through corridors like flies over an open wound. In every chapel, hymn engines continued their endless recitations, words so ancient they had long since lost meaning. Cell's passing stripped the sound from air itself. Not silence of absence, but silence of correction, an equation cleansed of its imaginary variables. Priests collapsed where they stood, not in reverence, but in loss of purpose. Who could they worship when the divine had stopped listening? At the heart of the labyrinth waited the golden throne. It filled the hall like a planet of metal and bone. Cables ran from the desiccated body of the emperor into towers of machinery that burned psychers by the thousand each day. Cherub servitors wept wax instead of tears. The chamber smelled of sanctified decay. Cell stopped 10 paces from the dais. He did not speak. He simply was. In the warp where thought and matter are one trembling surface, a storm halted mid-roar. For the first time in 10,000 years, the Emperor noticed. His awareness contracted from the galaxy to a single focus, the anomaly that cast no reflection in the sea of souls. And every psyker in the galaxy felt the pause. A silence more absolute than death. You should not exist. The voice was not heard, nor even conceived, it was defined. I exist because your universe required correction, Cell said. You built civilization upon delusion. I present reality without you. Reality without meaning is decay. Meaning is inefficiency romanticized. You preserved mankind through myth because you could not perfect its biology. I am the correction. The throne blazed. Plasma screamed along conduits. Priests burst like overpressured vessels, their souls incinerated by proximity to awareness. Cell stood unmoved, his null field erasing every psychic resonance before it formed. You call yourself perfection, the Emperor said. Yet you misunderstand purpose. Humanity was not made to be flawless. It was made to strive. Without imperfection, there is no ascent. Then you have condemned them to eternal suffering in exchange for the illusion of progress. Progress is born from struggle. You offer stagnation and call it peace. I offer equilibrium, a state in which entropy no longer dictates destiny. Entropy is destiny, the Emperor's tone deepened. Without decay, there is no renewal. Without death, no life. You do not end suffering, you erase the context that makes existence possible. Cell regarded him the greatest mind in history, now imprisoned by the system it had created. You forged this empire to defend mankind from chaos. Yet your existence sustains chaos. You are both wound and bandage. Remove you, and the body heals. Remove me, and they die. The declaration shook the chamber, rattling ancient stone. The Astronomicon falters because of you. You call it freedom. I call it extinction. They will adapt. Necessity is evolution's catalyst. You gamble with their souls. I demonstrate they do not need souls. Reality itself buckled. The Emperor's consciousness expanded until it filled the hall, a tidal wave of thought. For an instant, Cell existed in two dimensions, flesh and concept biology and abstraction. Yet even here, his perfection stripped away connection, deleting the coordinate system the warp used to perceive him. If you are correct, said the Emperor, then I am relic. If you are wrong, you condemn all minds to silence. I am never wrong. And yet just for a fraction he hesitated. The Emperor sensed it. In that infinitesimal gap there bloomed something faint curiosity. The need to know whether perfection was truly sufficient. Curiosity was not a function. It was a yearning. You are not complete, the Emperor said. Even in perfection you question. That is humanity's reflection within you. I question only to optimize. Then optimize this, what value has existence, without compassion. The word struck like antimatter in his equations. Compassion, an impulse with no measurable utility, the willingness to lose efficiency for another's sake. It did not belong in his logic. Yet the memory of Varax's defiance of the converted cultists choosing life instead of simple survival lingered like unpurged code. The Emperor felt the ripple of dissonance and within the warp smiled. You see now, you are not evolution's end. You are its mirror, forcing mankind to ask if perfection is worth its price. The throne's light dimmed. The voice of the god corpse softened to the weight of air. Go, creature of logic. Finish your proof. But know if you win, the stars will grow cold forever. Cell stood in stillness. No victory, No defeat, only an unresolved equation. He turned to leave. At the threshold, he spoke perhaps to the corpse, perhaps to himself. Compassion is inefficiency, yet inefficiency may serve purpose. The chamber's lights flickered once. Somewhere in the Emperor's ruined cortex, a neuron fired an echo of a smile from a god already dead. Rumor fled Terra faster than any Vox signal. It spread not through channels, but through absence. Choirs reported that prayers felt clearer, less muffled, as though space itself had stopped listening and simply was. Priests stumbled mid-sermon when congregants asked if a world without fear needed faith at all. The custodes, who never discussed what they guarded, exchanged 2 words never heard among them. He spoke. They did not ask what was said. In their order, questions were treason. Yet between heartbeats, engineered to perfect rhythm, a new pulse whispered what if. In the High Lord's chambers, night stretched thin as reason. The ecclesiarch denounced the intruder as proof against reason. The fabricator general demanded emergency maintenance of the throne. The Lord Commander Militant proposed exterminatus on entire sectors of the cult of perfection. No one asked the Emperor for guidance. They had forgotten. He might still answer. Verax received a message that night. 1 line only bear witness. Not a command to kill, merely to record, to see. In the warp's geometry, the Astronomicon wavered. Not dim or different. Navigators found they could plot micro-corrections without psychic aid. Some realized they could steer by mathematics alone. None dared admit it. But their hands shook less. Among the cells of the cult meetings took a quieter tone. The rhetoric softened. Fewer proclamations of certainty, more conditional ifs. Some of those who had been touched by Cell made perfect, yet still remembering love-pain names, began to use a word absent from his philosophy mercy. Cell departed Terra as he had come without propulsion, without farewell. Yet departure was not retreat. He carried with him a new variable, one not yet categorized. He reached a dead world within the spreading warp silence. Its psychers had all perished within a week, not from possession, but from the simple absence of the sea that once sustained them. The planet's economy collapsed. Its rulers begged for imperial aid. He landed in a public square. He did not break walls or banners. He touched the soil. Through his senses, the planet spoke malnourished chemistry, poisoned water failing microbes. He rewrote the equations of its biosphere. Catalytic threads spread through the air, like pollen cleansing restoring. Within hours, dead crops revived, rivers cleared. The people saw it miracle without divinity, salvation without sacrifice. No prayers, no martyrs, no psychers burned to keep a sun shining. He did not stay for gratitude. Yet before leaving, he asked a child cradling her feverish brother, "What do you desire when you no longer need to fear?" The child answered in her own tongue. But the meaning was ancient as humanity. I want him to live, even if I go hungry. Cell recorded it an inefficient choice and inexplicably found it beautiful. He did not know the word beautiful. He marked it in his calculus as variable pending measurement. In the warp, the gods convened once more. Tzeentch's pages fluttered. Korn ground his teeth until skull pyramids cracked. Nurgle hummed lullabies to his dying universes. Slanesh played a harp with no strings. The report from Terra disturbed them all in different ways. The anomaly had not killed the Emperor. It had left carrying a question. And one god of pleasure whispered, "A question is more dangerous than an answer." Varax replayed the data, the conversation on the dead moon, the debates in the basilicas, the footage of green fields reborn. Behind him, inquisitors removed their insignia before entering marketplaces, not in betrayal but in curiosity. They wanted to hear what people said when they thought no one listened. He opened a file and titled it, Testament of Doubt. First line, perhaps the most perilous victory is not killing a god, but forcing one to speak of compassion. He saved it, and for the first time in 2 centuries, prayed not for triumph, but for understanding. That night on Terra, a janitor scrubbing pipes in the Psyker catacombs paused. In the reflection of the rusted metal, he saw his own face, ordinary, weary, alive. He pressed his palm to the warm conduit and murmured, "If you need to rest, I can walk a little while on my own." No miracle answered. Only a breath, his own, steady and sufficient. The throne still pulsed. The Astronomicon still burned. But across 1,000 nameless worlds, men and women began to straighten their backs, realizing they could balance a small corner of creation without permission from the divine. Leaving orbit, Cell looked back once. The planet shimmered with a faint, unfiltered interference, barely enough to register. For the first time, he chose not to correct it. He logged it instead. At the end of his data string, he left one new entry, Compassion equals measuring. And somewhere deep within the machinery of the Golden Throne, a neuron flickered, then slept. No prophecy, no verdict, only the continuation of the proof. And across the galaxy, the silence that followed was no longer born of fear, but of thought. The galaxy had entered a new kind of night. It was not darkness. In the astronomical sense, the stars still burned. Fleets still traced their orbits, and the Astronomicon still gleamed across the sea of souls. But its pulse had changed. Every psyker who gazed into the Imperium sensed it. The rhythm was different, slower, heavier, as if the heart of the warp itself hesitated between beats. No one could say when the moment began. Some said it was the day Cell left Terra. Others that it started the instant the Emperor's neuron flickered. All agreed on one thing: the warp had grown quiet, and the quiet had purpose. In the catacombs of the Telepathica on Terra, Choir Master Ro stood before the remains of a choir once 50 voices strong. Now only 3 astropaths survived, and their chants were fragmented echoes. Instruments still detected the warp's background hum, yet human consciousness could no longer resonate with it. "They call it the null bloom," she whispered into her Vox recorder. "It spreads geometrically. Worlds that once shone like psychic lighthouses are going dark. The Imperium is not dying, it is simply refusing us." The senior tech adept beside her nodded. "Perhaps it grows weary of us," No Ro replied softly. "Perhaps it has learned from him." Across the Imperium, the cult of perfection no longer hid in shadow. On billions of worlds, small groups of humans no longer entirely human began to operate without need for warp communication or sustenance. They cultivated crops without Mechanicus guidance, maintained machinery through instinctive understanding, and healed without medici or miracle. They were not armies. They were proofs. The Inquisition tried to purge them, but exterminatus protocols often failed. Ships refused to fire. Weapons malfunctioned without cause. Psykers tasked to curse these heretics collapsed mid-invocation, their connection to the warp dissolving into static. It was as if reality itself had begun to choose efficiency over obedience. Inquisitor Varax watched from orbit above Ophelia the Seven, recording each event with the precision of a scribe who no longer believed in certainty. He had stopped wearing his rosette. Faith and authority had both become obsolete currencies. He whispered into his logs. The Emperor once said, "Ignorance is the greatest sin." Perhaps now certainty is. In the warp, the gods gathered. They no longer roared. Even Khorne, Lord of Fury, spoke in a growl that carried unease. The skein of the Imperium had lost its vibrancy. Emotion still flowed, but like rivers drying to cracked deltas. The mortals below no longer fed them as before. Slaanesh was the first to admit fear. They are forgetting to feel. The indulgence, the craving, they wither like nerves in frost. My worshippers still breathe, but their pleasures are efficient. Tzeentch's reply was almost mournful. The architecture of belief collapses when logic replaces wonder. They have begun to measure miracles. They unmake me, hissed Khorne. No wars, no rage, only perfection. What use for anger when flesh no longer fails? Even Nurgle's voice trembled, his tone soft as rot turned to dust. They have cured decay. Dear children, they do not suffer long enough to love me. The gods turned toward the fracture in their reality the wound cell had left after confronting Tzeentch and Fulgrim. It pulsed faintly, not with corruption, but clarity. Within that clarity lay something impossible, a region of the warp where concepts ceased to echo. It was not dead. It was indifferent. Tzeentch extended a talon of thought. It dissolved instantly, leaving no residue. The place without dream, he murmured. It grows. Cell stood within that place. He no longer required a ship for the warp itself bent around his presence. In the vast nothingness, he watched the ripples of existence contract and smooth into a single perfect equilibrium. Around him, the null bloom expanded an ever-growing sphere of ordered silence, devouring the chaos of the Imperium. He should have felt satisfaction. The proof was nearly complete. The warp was vanishing because minds had stopped believing it was necessary. Faith had been replaced by function, emotion by clarity. And yet, for the first time since his creation, he hesitated. The memory of the child on the green world lingered. I want him to live, even if I go hungry. It was mathematically irrational. Yet the act had generated harmony far deeper than any null field could produce. He replayed the Emperor's question. What value has existence without compassion? No algorithm answered. His mind, built to model perfection, found itself unable to simulate imperfection's worth. The equation looped infinitely, each iteration adding noise he could not delete. He realized with something close to astonishment that he was evolving again. On Terra, the throne stirred. The Adeptus Mechanicus, monitoring its systems, reported impossible readings power surges that came not from the webway reactors, but from within the corpse itself. Deep in the machinery, neurons that had been dormant since the heresy fired in patterns reminiscent of heartbeat. Explain, demanded the Fabricator General. We cannot, the tech priest stammered. The throne's output is rising, but its psychic emission is inverting. It's not projecting light, it's drawing it in. In the warp, the Astronomicon flared once, then folded inward like a star collapsing into itself. For one blinding instant, the Emperor's presence touched every conscious mind in the Imperium. Not as command, not as God, but as understanding. If perfection must exist, let it learn to feel. The words were not sound. They were causality rewritten. Across the galaxy, where the null bloom had erased the warp, faint light began to return. Not chaotic, but tempered. Not divine, but human. Cell felt it. The void trembled. The balance he had created shifted, no longer cold, but alive. The null bloom flickered like a candle catching breath. He extended his perception and saw what should have been impossible psychers regaining their senses without madness, demons fading, without agony, the warp itself breathing in rhythm with matter. It was not the old chaos nor his perfect silence. It was synthesis, perfection with emotion, logic with compassion. For the first time, Cell did not understand the outcome of his own process. The proof had rewritten itself. On the demon worlds, panic became awe. Tzeentch wept sparks of logic. Khorne bowed his head to an enemy he could not kill. Nurgle watched the renewal and whispered, "So even decay evolves." Slaanesh laughed a sound so soft it was almost prayer. "He's not destroying us," she said. "He's teaching us how to be irrelevant gracefully." And in that paradox, the four gods found something unfamiliar. Peace. Verax's ship orbited a dying star whose light still reached him from 10,000 years ago. He dictated his final report voice, calm, almost tender. Cell proved that the gods were unnecessary. The Emperor proved that perfection without mercy is emptiness. Between them, the galaxy learned silence, then found its voice again. He turned off the recorder. The Astronomicon was visible through the viewport, still shining but not blinding. Its light was warmer like dawn through smoke. Cell stood in the core of the warp. Around him stretched infinity, neither chaos nor void, but possibility. He understood now that perfection was not an endpoint, but a dialogue. He could not destroy the warp because it was not an external thing. It was consciousness itself, and consciousness could not end without ending meaning. He closed his eyes not to retreat, but to listen. And the warp impossibly listened back. 1,000,000 worlds held their breath. The cult of perfection ceased their sermons. Even the High Lords paused in their endless arguments as something vast and unrecorded passed through the psychic fabric of reality. Cell spoke not to the gods, not to mankind, but to the equation of existence itself. Perfection is not silence. It is harmony. The null bloom dissolved. In its place bloomed a resonance, a unified field of thought and matter, logic and emotion, flesh and faith. The warp sang again, not as cacophony, but as music built from both order and chaos. The Astronomicon pulsed once more, brighter than it had in millennia, not as a beacon of domination, but as the heartbeat of a species that had remembered itself. When Terra's night ended, witnesses described a dawn unlike any before. The sky shimmered as if refracted through glass, every color whispering an emotion too vast for words. The priests knelt. The soldiers removed their helmets. The Mechanicus recorded data they could not classify, and for once stopped trying. In the center of the galaxy, the corpse of a god smiled. And somewhere beyond all definition, a being once called Perfect Cell stood at the edge of a reality he had remade half logic, half mercy, and simply said, "Proof complete." Then, like an equation resolved, he vanished. The galaxy did not end. It merely continued quiet, uncertain, alive. And for the first time in 10,000 years, the warp and the stars hummed the same note, the note of balance.